Okay, Wojtek, the floor is yours.
Oh, Wojtek, we can't hear you.
Now you should hear me.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry. I was just saying thank you, Jason. I got to see a little bit of your 4 hours. It was really strange because I had a similar experience to what I think somebody described this experience, which was I think it was Michael, they were in the midst of a lot of things happening, and then they just kind of suddenly caught the film which was just one take of this hill with no horizon, as you were describing. And it was really a crazy experience, this contrast between the, everything that is happening around here, and that universe, which kind of is completely, it's haunting, literally. It's this kind of, that there is no horizon, that you're sucked into this. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. So hello everyone. My name is Wojtek Ziemilski. I'm going to be your host for the next 4 hours. Thank you to everyone for being here and for helping out with all of this. I have a few things that are prepared, a few other things which we'll be discovering as we go. But the first thing I would like to do is this. So if you can, please answer the questions. I saw somebody did. We had to relaunch the poll. Oh, but wait. Okay.
If you could relaunch it, I'm somehow not able to enter any information into it.
Are you not, when you're clicking?
It's just hovering over it. It's
okay.
Not actually changing.
Wait. Let me do it, please. Okay, so this is the one we want to start with. So as I'm not sure if in broadcasting these polls are seen or not, if somebody can check it for us, that'd be great. In the meantime, I can tell you what the poll is. It's 2 questions. The first one is, are you, and the options are Jewish, Polish, American, Israeli, other. And the other question is, are you, and that's a multiple choice, both of them are multiple choice, atheist, agnostic, Jewish, Catholic, Protestant, other religion, none of the above. Okay, so I'll be shutting the poll in a minute. So if you want to, if somebody still wants to put in an answer, it's the last moment to do that. Okay, it looks like we can't see them on the broadcast. That's fine. So I'll be giving the results live. Okay, I'm going to be ending the polling now. And those are the results. So of the people who are on Zoom right now, 33% are Jewish, 83% are Polish, 17% are American, and 33% are other. Then 33%, 1/3 are atheist, 17% are Jewish, and 50% are Catholic. So one of the things I propose for today is that we're going to have questions, and there's going to be more of those. And then based on the questions, I want to talk about a few things. And then maybe I want to engage the people who are here into a conversation about the topics that appear. Because one of the things that I've noticed in some of the conversations, of course, I couldn't follow all of them until now, and some of the projects, is that there's a lot of very good answers, but it's also quite a challenge here to find questions that can be asked, because to ask questions means to be looking for a path, much more than through the answers. So what I mean by that here concretely is that, so I come from philosophy. This is my kind of my education, and I remember reading David Hume, so the British philosopher, and realizing that his description of the world is very different from the description of all the philosophers who came before him, because he doesn't describe, for instance, morals based on what should be. He describes them based on what is there. So he doesn't say it's good to do this and it's bad to do that. He says, well, people believe that it's good to do this, and people believe that it's bad to do that. So, so my thought is that we talk about sometimes very difficult issues without really paying much attention to what is the universe that we're talking within. And because we're now on Zoom, it's a very strange situation, because we're having conversations that are kind of across cultures and across ways of talking. So our perspectives are going to be so radically different that we talk about the same things and we really mean very, very different things. So for instance, one thing I found was there's a lot of people who are who were talking and whose perspective is the perspective of non-Poles who are reacting to a situation which is happening in Poland. I know that some of the creators, I hope some of them are going to drop by. So some of them actually mentioned that in the work and the Lucky Jew work, that a problem they had was that it's a perspective that is entirely a non-Polish perspective. So there's a thing happening in Poland, there's a thing happening which is a Polish phenomenon, and the people who are looking at it and inquiring and who are playing with it and who are trying to think it, most of them look at it from from the Jewish perspective, which is of course understandable, because you've got people, you've got similar analogous situations with all sorts of different contexts, where it's the group that is being discriminated against or that considers themselves hurt that is going to react. At the same time, the whole challenge, I think, in this case, as in many others, is how are you going to treat it in the place where it is? Like, if that is where it's happening, then what is the dynamics of that place? And yeah, so I want to talk a little bit about how the perspectives change depending on where you are. And maybe the first thing I want to do, and I'm trying to find where I put it. Okay, is something which you, if you can give me just a second. Okay, so sorry, give me a second. I'm preparing a clip here I want to show you, which I'm sure you'll know. Okay, so here we go. There. Here we go. So I suppose most people who are here know this. Can you hear me well while it's playing? Can you hear me now? Wave if you can hear me.
Hi, we can hear you, but not the clip.
Okay.
As you share the clip, you may want to
yes,
the box and
of
share
course.
the computer audio.
Yep.
All right.
And one more leading nowhere.
Better?
Just for show.
Better.
With the chicks and turkeys and geese and ducks for the town to see and hear, squawking just as noisily as they can.
So why am I putting this here? Does anybody have any clues? This is there's a very simple reason, and that is the one reference that Poles have had for a long time. At least this Pole and many other Poles I know, this was our reference in the 80s, all along the 80s. This was a reference in terms of Jewish culture. So that was, the film was on Polish TV several times in the 80s. And it was extremely popular. I was a kid at the time, but I remember it quite well. And yeah, and I actually have here, this is the shows, theater shows of the Fiddler on the Roof in Polish theaters. So as you can see, all the way through the 80s and 90s, there are many shows in the biggest Polish music theaters of the Fiddler on the Roof. So one question that arose when I saw the Lucky Jew, this whole phenomenon, was, where does it come from? What, I mean, and besides all the explanations that I've heard until now, this one seems fairly logical. And okay, and the crazy thing is, it explains why this image, why it's this image of this Hasidic Jew. Because of course we can think about the Jew's stereotype, the caricature of the Jew, and that was mentioned several times. You know, that it's caricatures, and that is one thing which is often found so scandalous. It's caricatures, that it's you know, it's somehow degrading. It's making fun of someone. But of course, a lot of these paintings are not actually caricatures. They're actually paintings which are quite worked on, and they're quite realistic representations, but they're just realistic representations of what was called the stereotype, but which corresponds quite well to what we've just seen in The Fiddler on the Roof. So suddenly we have a reference, which is a completely, you know, random pop culture thing, but which is the only reference that we've had. And this is just to tell you, I've traveled quite a lot as a child, as a teenager, as an adult. The first time I saw an Orthodox Jew was in Montreal in 1992. So I was 14 or 15 at the time, and I was just completely shocked. I couldn't believe my eyes. I couldn't, like, it didn't make sense to me. So this reality was a completely abstract reality, and the only references we had were references which were just, yeah, they were fiction. So that universe, that universe of this lucky Jew, for me, it has a very strong connection to the film and to the musical and to that fictional world, which is, of course, it's connected to other things that come in later and that were there before. But it's, you know, it's a different type of thinking about such a phenomenon than the classic thinking of putting it in the context of either traditional anti-Semitism or the traditional figure of the Jew who's you know, greedy or is all about money, etc. So that would be my starting statement, and I wonder what you think. What are your reactions to that? And that's, I'm addressing it to everyone who's here. Adam just appeared, so hi, it's good to see you. But yeah, I wonder if you have any reaction to that. I see Małgorzata Łukomska is here. I'm delighted to have you here. It's really a privilege to have you.
You know, Tevye is famously a Jew who doesn't have money, like who's looking for money. There's fewer defining characteristics of him than the fact that he is that he's poor, right? And that he sings about it. He's kicking his cart with the broken thing. He's complaining his horses don't have kopytki. They don't have the things.
Yes.
You know, and yet, and I agree with you, because I'm interested in this too, of like what's happening in 1970s, 1980s Poland. That's podkowy, Magda says, she corrects me. I don't know what's it called in English? Is it just horseshoes?
Hooves.
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 You know, I'm interested in what's happening in the pop culture, what's happening, like what images of Jews are appearing in Poland in this time from elsewhere in the world, and how it's sort of beefing up this image, this sort of caricature. Of course, even before non-Jewish Poles were buying Jews for luck, Jews were doing that. In the 1800s, Jews were making drawings of the tzaddik, of like the righteous one, of the like celebrated rabbi or good Jew, and you would buy them like for luck, often for a financial fortune. I mean, for spiritual fortune, but for a financial fortune. They weren't sold with coins, right? The thing, you know, because you say that these are not caricatures, and I agree. I often use the word caricature to describe them, but that's not the right word. You're right, but they are just the fact that they're paintings of Jews who don't exist feels so. They're paintings of stereotypes. They're paintings of an archetype.
Figures.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I'd be curious also to hear other people's thoughts, or I guess you know what, I started asking friends recently. I asked Polish friends recently, what if they're aware, because Friends was obviously a very popular show in Poland in the 90s and early 2000s, and I never watched it growing up, but
Good for you.
it feels to me, yeah, it feels to me more popular in Poland than it did in New York when I was growing up. And I asked Polish friends, like, were you aware that Ross was Jewish? Like that Ross and that Ross and Monica are Jewish? And there's like episodes, they have a Christmas tree, but then like there's episodes about Hanukkah and about how they're Jewish. And they're all these like old Jewish sort of, like their parents are played as like extremely like it's Elliot Gould plays his dad and he's like a Jew on screen. And I would ask my Polish friends, like, because did you have other, like, were these touchstones as Jews? And they were like, absolutely not. Like Tevye and Fiddler on the Roof was our Jew. You know, not like in the 90s and the thousands, we weren't thinking of Ross Geller. We weren't thinking of Friends. Like those were Americans before they were Jews. Tevye was the Jew. Magda, you unmuted yourself.
Yeah, I mean, my first reaction was that you're wrong. And then the longer you were talking, the more it actually made sense to me. And there's that you are onto something, I think, here. But of course, I do have another reference that was very popular back then, which is Yentl, which is arguably also about Orthodox Jews, but it's also about cross-dressing and feminism and, you know, different things. And that somehow didn't make it to the stereotype. And then I guess I wonder how that changes the balance, because obviously if we look at it only through the Fiddler on the Roof, then I think it's a very neat theory, and I think that there's elements to it, but I don't think that I don't think that explains it. And then obviously, you know, there are I think in the subconscious other images and other reference points that a lot of people have. The silences, the stereotypes, and so that also, I guess, complicates the picture a little bit.
Yes, well, I would never, you know, I would never claim that that is where this picture comes from. It's just about building a sort of a different perspective, which allows you to be a bit more, how should I put it, distanced or even maybe playful. Without just quickly going to the Holocaust in 2 easy steps.
Yeah, and in that sense, I think that the Fiddler explains a lot. I mean, it explains why I think Kazimierz, you know, today the Jewish Quarter of Krakow looks the way it does. The strange noises behind me are our dog, so apologies. The sentimentality of the Fiddler on the Roof, I think, and the fact that somebody mentioned, I think Kuba Jakubowski this morning said that, you know, he would bring his parents to the Jewish Culture Festival and they would listen to a ton of different contemporary Jewish music from Israel, and they would ask him, so when is the Jewish music starting? Because for them, the Jewish music was Fiddler, and it was those kind of familiar fiddly, you know, a specific kind of scale and tones that would mean this is what Jewish music is. So I think that Fiddler on the Roof imprinted a ton of different cliches on us, and it's probably one of the reasons why festivals has been started, because we're trying to unpack them and shift the balance and to show different kinds of Jewish culture. As well. So if you're wanting to say that you blame Fiddler for a lot of things, then I'm probably right there.
I don't know if I blame him. I wouldn't go that far, but I think it's also, I think it's difficult to understand for anyone who hasn't lived in a so-called socialist state what it means to have been brought up with media which is composed of 2 TV stations. So that means that whatever would appear on TV had an influence that you cannot imagine. It's uncomparable to anything else. And the things that we had, you know, when there was an American film, it was the big thing where we would always, you know, make sure to have the TV on when there was an American film, because that was synonym of quality. So you would have American films, you would have, you know, the Westerns, right? Which were the big thing. It was when there was a Western, and one of the really, sorry.
And all the musicals.
Yes, yes, and the musicals, Fred Astaire, and there was Fiddler on the Roof, and Fiddler on the Roof had a super special place in that very special place, which was the media. So did this build the character of the Lucky Jew? Certainly it didn't. Did it build this very particular way that he is usually portrayed and this sentimentality? I think it had a huge influence, and I think that is why it's a little bit dangerous to be talking that easily about caricatures, because then we had somebody in a discussion say, oh, if you write caricature and Jew in Google, then what you get is the Nazi imagery, the Nazi caricatures. And I think that really doesn't explain this phenomenon here. I mean, yes, it may be somehow related, but it's a very, very big distance compared to much more obvious ones, which you're not going to get if you didn't, you know, if you don't have that right next door.
Yeah, Olinka brings up Yankel from Pantadeusz, which is, because in addition to the images of Jews with coins being, Olinka, you should just join the Zoom also, if you're listening. But in addition to the Jews with coins, you can go into the Krakow tourist office that's no longer there, but the one that used to be in Kazimierz, and all the Jews were playing instruments. And I was like, is this from Fiddler, or does it go back to Yankel and the Zimbabwe, and or however, you know, whatever you play Zimbabwe like this? And and I would argue with my friend, because this scene in Pantadeusz is often portrayed as like, oh, look, this great intercultural coming together. It's not a xylophone. It's different than a xylophone. They're Zimbabwe, and Magda is writing to me.
Okay, so how would you call it in English?
They're called, there's a dulcimer. Is that what it's called, Magda?
Okay.
Wow. And you know, my roommate, I remember last year, was telling me, was like, she's like, wow, Pantadeusz, and it's this beautiful scene of like intercultural interaction, and they're at the wedding, and he's, you know, Yankel's like, oh, I don't want to play it. And then the Zosha is like, please, like, you're my favorite. And his heart melts at the 14-year-old girl getting married, and is like, I will play for you. And to me, it screamed like Magic Jew. To me, it felt so on the nose, more than Fiddler, of how the Lucky Jew is being portrayed. Because in Fiddler, you know, it's a Jew who would almost like be bad at making you money. Like Tevye is can't even support himself. But this like scene with Yankel is you know, it's like, oh, he's the magical Jew. Like he's like it's almost in the way that in the United States we sometimes treat African American jazz musicians, or how they're like, wow, that soulful tune. Yes. You know, and it's like these sort of in the 1920s, there were white-owned jazz clubs in Harlem.
I had that experience once. It's a big jump, but still, I think it has something to do with the question of exoticizing, you know, Orientalism. And that is, I lived in Portugal for 5 years, but when I arrived, I didn't speak any Portuguese. So it was quite a challenge, because I had to, you know, I spoke French and I was studying Portuguese, but I needed time, and I really wanted to be part of the community somehow. So I would go everywhere to all the cultural events and, you know, meet people and chat, etc. And I would, and I discovered a place where they would make something they would call tertulia, which were these evenings of you know, like drinking wine and performing, and they were performing, you know, poetry and singing and all sorts of things. And I proposed one day that I have.
Oh, you muted for a second. Just you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I actually was muted by someone. It's like there's a ghost host.
Just be careful. Be careful what you say about the
Oh.
Jews.
I knew it. I knew it. What have I gotten myself into? And so I would go there and I would make these performances where I had texts written in Polish, and I thought, well, okay, they're very kind of connected to performing, so I would read them in Polish and then I would translate them, and they loved it. You know, they thought it was great. I was, you know, and I was thrilled to be doing it. And then one day I arrived and I'd actually prepared a translation beforehand. I prepared the whole text beforehand. So I arrived there and I said, ha, today I have a text in Portuguese. And I read the text in Portuguese, and they listened and they clapped and they said, okay, that was very nice. And do you have anything in Polish?
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, no, I actually, you know, put the extra effort. And they said, yeah, that's nice, but we really love to hear you speak Polish.
Who came for the Polish?
And I was shocked, and I was really offended, and I thought, like, the bastards, how dare they, the racists, you know? What about the art? And what I did was I said, okay, I know a text, I can say it by heart. And I started off with Pan Tadeusz, and then I started improvising this really nasty text about them with this huge smile, etc. You know, it was this kind of, you know, a bit teenage attitude. But the thing was, it took me a few years to discover that it's kind of okay that I am exotic to them. I am exotic to them. I am a figure in a sense. I bring something which is so foreign to them that they can't even listen to what I'm saying because they're so enchanted with the very sound of the language. And of course it's a problem because it's a question of agency, right? It's a question of like, well, what about me? But on the other hand, I had to kind of acknowledge the fact that this is, from their perspective, they're looking at something which is just completely a different universe. So in the case, of course, of the Jews in Poland, it becomes really complex because it's the different which should not be different, or which became different, or which never stopped being different when it should. But still, I would leave a space there that would not be just very easily just going like, okay, what they want to see is in us is just the stereotype. And I remember myself looking the first time in Montreal at these Orthodox Jews and going, I'm dreaming. I'm dreaming. This is not real. Am I allowed to look? Is this?
Of course, the scene in Pan Tadeusz continues where he plays, you know, they think he makes a mistake, but it's really a reference to betrayal, and he plays a Polonaise, and it's like, look, he's a Polish hero, like he's a patriot, and he's beloved. Jankiel is just as Polish as we are. And, you know, I gave a tour a few years ago that was to a journalist from Spain, and it was organized by PAP, by the Polish press agency, and the woman from PAP was like really into determining whether I was Jewish or Polish. Like she kept asking me, she's like, so do you feel more Jewish or more Polish? And I was like, I simply put, the answer was Jewish, but I was like having a fun conversation with her. I was like, oh, both for sure. And she loved it. So she was like, yes, because you are a Pole too. And there is this thing that's both, where that sentiment is both nice, right? Because it takes away the difference that is implied by what the experience you just described, but it's also, there's something weird about it. There's something of like, we're claiming you for one of us. It shows, I don't know what's, maybe this is getting too off topic, the conversation of Lucky Jews, but there's something that still feels off to me, even when they celebrate young.
I think there's a thing where it becomes us and them, you know, where you are either one of us or you are really not one of us. And I think there was a comment, who was it? Somebody had the comment during this first session, which was that maybe that there's an idea, she had an idea that there should be the faces of contemporary Jews, you know, to replace these Orthodox Jews, so that people see that these are just normal people. And I think that is part of the kind of tension here, right? Is that this is building somebody who's like, you're not, I'm not different, I'm not somewhere else. Don't paint me into this thing which is something else and then make it into this weird being that brings luck. So I think there's the tension between so can you become part of us? Is it possible for you to become part of us?
Right, which feels like almost like a Norwegian or Scandinavian impulse to be true progress is through assimilation, right? And it feels like my grandmother who is from Poland, is a Jew from Poland. Like when my mom grew up, she didn't learn Polish, even though both her parents spoke Polish to each other always. That was the language they communicated in, or in German sometimes. And but she didn't learn Polish because this was like the 60s in the US and in suburban US, and you're trying to assimilate and leave that behind. But it feels like there's something of this question in when sometimes when it's being asked to me, like, oh, but are you a Pole in this way? It's like, have you assimilated? Are you a good Jew? Are you one of us? And it seems that, if Yankel had played like a Hasidic nigun at the wedding, instead of a Polonaise, it would have been a very different
story.
Scene, yeah. But it's a catch-22 because if he played a Hasidic nigun, it would have been like your experience in Portugal, and we would have said, "Oh, look at the Jew being being like the performing monkey."
Yeah.
Michael says, "Oh yeah." Last year someone asked us, we were performing Lucky Jew in Krakow, and someone came up to us and said, like, why don't you guys just dress as yourselves? Like, why don't you just wear modern day outfits? And maybe Michael, you have more thoughts on this, but we were both just like, no, no, that's not the performance. We love that idea. Like, we love where you're coming from. I understand the way of like being like, look, this is not a stereotype, but it feels important that we put on the costume, that we dress as the stereotype so that we can step out of it. That's my feeling.
Okay, so here's another take. Here's another thought. You keep calling it a stereotype, and there, of course, as any concept, there are some problems with it. And I see two problems with it. One is that, of course, besides being a stereotype, it's an actual portrayal of a group of people who, to some extent, some of them still at least try to emulate that way of dressing and of looking. So the question is, why is it a stereotype? The stereotype may not be in the look, may be in the whole situation. And the other thing I'm thinking is that the stereotype is a very specific stereotype. And what I mean by that is that it's, if you think, like, if I told you that in Poland there are paintings, caricature paintings of Jews holding money that are being sold, what image would you have? You would have an image of the caricature of Jews with money that were there, in the 20s and 30s. Yes, exactly. And not just the Nazi, they were also present in Poland.
Yeah.
They were present pretty much everywhere, I think. It was quite a common caricature of this, contemporary Jew, usually, either fat with a big nose and a hat, or very thin, but those were the caricatures. Yeah, exactly. Those were the caricatures, and you would think that would be the case. So in a way, the surprise is not that there is such a painting. The surprise is that this is the type of stereotype that is built, and that is what makes it tricky. I mean, if you had these these clear references to these 20s and 30s caricatures, that would be a clear case. Like, you would know what it's about, and I don't think any art would really be possible playing with that. But I think your art is possible because suddenly it's not so obvious. It is not that figure. It is not that Jew. it is a different Jew, and I think it's also, we're a little bit surprised. We're a little bit like, okay, so that the Jew brings luck and gives you money, and you and he's with you, and you kind of care about him in some way. Is that, but that doesn't feel right. But then it's not, he's not taking away your money. He isn't. How come? I mean,
right.
But this, yeah, I mean, I agree, but this is also where it gets complicated because, of course, and there, you know, it is a studied part of that phenomenon where the Jews aren't, for example, portrayed with like emblematic wealth, like, you know, they could have huge rings, right? And they rarely have rings because in Jewish tradition, Orthodox men wouldn't necessarily, they would have a wedding ring maybe, but not like a ton of wealth. So there is a certain kind of authenticity that's trying to kind of be conveyed in the way that these images are created. But I feel that that is also blending more and more. Like we see images that are really evoking those very much anti-Semitic kind of archetypes that exist in German press. Like it's kind of, it's starting to merge more and more, I think, because there's so little awareness about what this thing is. And so I think when they initially started, it was a bit more about the sentimentality and Fiddler on the Roof, and now it's less so. It's just a mass-produced, kitschy object. And, you know, Erica Lehrer also would tell you about kind of all the different undertones of like, okay, you know, yes, we're inviting the Jew into our house, but we're going to hold him close to our door. We're not going to let him come into our house. He's going to stay in the hallway. And on Shabbat, we're going to turn him upside down. And there's a lot of kind of oppression and abuse, and in terms of just how that object is treated, while at the same time it being positioned often at like home altars with the other saints that also bring you luck. And it's this confusion that is just completely wild. And I, you know, and this is kind of why this has been such a fascinating topic for us, and why we're also have been trying to enter it from different points of view. But there are so many, yeah, I mean, it's just how, what do we do with this thing is where I'm hoping to get, because I think that every single time we say one thing about this idea, we see the flip side of the coin. We see the exact a counterexample or another problem with it, or with every problem we see something that's potentially positive. But where do we go from here with this thing is my question.
Does anybody want to join our conversation? Małgorzata.
Yes?
Yes.
I live in Brussels, and I have, in a way, discovered the lucky Jew via the souvenir shops. Because every visit in Poland, I buy some souvenirs, Easter eggs, whatsoever. And then I realized in Warsaw that those Żydek z pieniążkiem, a little Jew with a coin, were such a popular item. And my path to understanding and to be frightened by the objects went through people around me, Polish people, and I was asking, do you know about the lucky Jew? And most of people, Polish people living in Brussels, I know, never heard about it. So it must be a recent phenomenon, because I am over 60. So this didn't really exist when I still lived in Poland 30 years ago. And I have to say that the whole figurines, the whole collectible items frightened me. I also spoke to the Jewish friends of mine, and they were offended, those living here in Brussels. They were deeply offended. And to me, it's a big change of my view. It's very thought-giving what I am listening to the discussion of yesterday, what you are telling us today. because I sort of jumped to a conclusion. It's evil, it's wrong, it should be abolished. But now I am asking myself why. It's really a sculpture at the beginning, someone very naively and innocently creating something, which became commercialized. But it's not the only thing which became commercialized in an evil way. Like what we do at Christmas now, it's also commercialized to the extent that it became very offensive and degrading. And I was so sure the whole thing is offensive and degrading even yesterday. And now you are slowly but surely changing my mind and showing me that there is a nostalgia behind it. But the nostalgia I can love would be klezmer music, would be latkes and gefilte fish on the table. But a little Jew with a coin, Żydek z pieniążkiem, I still believe it's offensive, even if it's linked to the fiddler on the roof. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I perfectly understand that, I think. And I think I can relate to that. I have a whole, well, I guess where I'm coming from makes me a little bit cautious in terms of just putting all the guilt on, especially in situations where Polish anti-Semitism is being defined, or when there are accusations of anti-Semitism. I'm a little bit cautious. Yes, I'm in Polish we say między młotem a kowadłem. I don't know what the English expression is. So you're between a rock and a hard place. There, that's the equivalent in English. Because when I'm in Poland, surrounded by, especially today, by the nationalists who claim there is no anti-Semitism and everything is fine, I get, of course, completely furious and just speechless, as you can see. But on the other hand, I did have an experience when we moved to Montreal. We moved because my mother was a general consul there in Montreal, and she was the first general consul after the fall of communism, so in 1992. And she met some people there. She met, she became very close to the Jewish community as well, and she was the first person kind of joining the Jews and the Poles in Canada, which later helped her to work also closer with the Jewish diaspora and Jewish community when she was back in Poland in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But in Canada, the big discovery was the amount of just completely fake descriptions of Polish anti-Semitism, which we weren't aware of. And basically, she met someone in Canada who was just collecting articles about Polish history, documenting the way that Poland was described. And it's a it's a phenomenon which right now is very well documented and described, but which in the early 90s nobody wanted to talk about it or really look at it critically. And those were texts which were describing how Poles were really trying as hard as they could to get the Germans to Poland to get rid of the Jews. And those were articles in normal newspapers. And there were, I remember that there were 2 folders that were this thick of these texts and articles. So that was quite a shocking experience to me. And very early on, I kind of realized that there's a double universe that I'm living in, and that I'm always in the wrong place, that I'm always on the wrong side. I'm always going to be arguing when I hear, so when I was hearing all these descriptions of these lucky Jews saying how abominable they are, immediately I find the Fiddler on the Roof. Just so we have some sort of escape route which helps us not go into the extreme of just saying these people, they have no soul, you know. Yeah, so in that sense, that is also where it comes from. And of course, also it's a little bit also the spirit of provocation, to always find the other side of something. But of course, being Polish also puts one in a very tricky position here, because I don't own a painting like that. I would never own a painting like that. I wouldn't feel okay being in a house where a painting like that appears. I wouldn't know how to behave. So of course I do have a problem with it.
Well, you're touching on something incredibly important here, which is, you know, essentially very much where we live. We're always, whatever we're doing, because we're always trying to take on difficult topics, we sort of get ourselves right in the middle of the two sides arguing, and we have to then kind of ping pong the ball and always find ourselves, we try to defend one from the other or our point of view. But what you're touching on that I want to kind of highlight is also, and then one of the very important reasons why I think we're occupying ourselves with these figurines is the fact that they contribute to this sometimes incredibly hurtful, sometimes justified, but sometimes incredibly hurtful view of the Polish society as 100% anti-Semitic, because we could be doing all the good work that we're doing and building bridges and building dialogue and trying to understand the nuances of different historical moments. But then people, they nowadays don't even have to travel to Poland. They, you know, everything's online, and they see these images, and immediately what pops up is all the anti-Semitic cliches, and you can explain all you want, all the great, fantastic dialogue and righteous among the nations and everything else. But as long as these things are on the streets and they are the emblematic and one of the most popular souvenirs you can buy from Krakow, which has the biggest, you know, preserved Jewish quarter in this part of the world, which has so much incredible Jewish heritage that we're not talking about, that we have no place in the city to really show, that we are not proud of and not conscious of as a community, as a Polish Jewish community. So instead, what represents us in Poland is these things. And so they are not just, they're where I'm very happy that Małgorzata is being kind of conflicted, and her point of view isn't anymore black and white, because obviously everything is a bit gray, and we love to instill doubt and different points of view. But at the same time, we have to recognize that the problem that exists with them is not just with how they make angry or hurtful people who are Jewish, but also really the damage that they cause very plainly to our opinion, to the opinion of us as Poles abroad.
Is it all right if I add something? Or
please, that is the point.
I have a Jewish Polish background. I live in the UK, and something that is fascinating in this discussion for me is that, from my experience, that discussion is also very applicable to any other stereotypes that we have in Poland. And I think that something that certain political correctness that is well established already in the UK is still not present in Poland, and we stereotype Black people, people of Asian origins, and so on and so on. But I don't think that as a society we are ready to criticize, thank you, yeah, LGBTQ community as well. We are not yet ready to accept criticism and question our behaviors. So I feel this is exactly the same with these figurines and anti-Semitism, but I feel it's not just anti-Semitism, it goes far beyond that problem. And I just wonder whether you think that's true, or whether not
And it's a
necessarily.
vicious circle, right? So we had a conversation earlier today with some young Jews who have discovered later in their life that they are Jewish. And they were talking about how for them, when they were coming to the community, there were many things that they didn't necessarily know, and they were not comfortable asking. They were scared of asking. And there's a lot of people that I meet in Poland who have Jewish roots, but they don't identify as Jewish, because the image of a Jew that you have to identify with is this Hasidic or Orthodox Jewish guy who is religious, who is foreign looking, who is exotic, and who does not necessarily reflect on the kind of community that we, I think, are building right now. And it's making it even harder for people to find themselves and to feel authentic, because that's the image that's also impacting on them. That's the fiddler on the roof is the cliche that they also grew up with, and the thing that they think they need to look like. So we're I think kind of by having this thing around, we're also sort of impacting ourselves reversely, and we're solidifying this image of the true Jew, even though we understand that it's not really the representative of the Jewish community, but it nevertheless is so ubiquitous that we can't help it. And the way that we're stereotyping others is kind of, it's like it's all in the same category of, until we are able to break out of these boxes. And kind of coming back to this idea of maybe producing a line of Jewish figurines with contemporary Jews that represent diversity and maybe somehow break the stereotype. We tried that. We put Erica on the as the lucky Jewess on the market square in Krakow, and nobody came up to her, because she was like, she didn't look in the way that it was for people believable that she can bring luck.
Okay,
She was
so
a woman. She didn't have payas. She didn't have a beard. What are you talking about? This is not enough to challenge the stereotype, I think.
okay, so maybe I'll answer that later. Paul, hi. You want to say something?
Oh,
There you go.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. I've been following intermittently throughout this fascinating conversation. I decided to make a small proposal of an alternative lucky Jew.
Can you see it? Wait. I need to menu so oh, that's really cool. I think that would sell. I mean, I love Erica. I think she's phenomenal, but I just think there's something about this one that is just, hi. There's something about it which is like spiritual,
I believe this is a figurine of a professional wrestler. I don't follow pro wrestling, so I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that this is the Undertaker. That is the name of this character. But I was struck that
how fitting.
Vaguely Hasidic somehow, like I don't know, these weird.
I want one of those. Can I have it? How much is it?
I would be for you. It's for free.
No, Paul. This is how you build your theater. You have to monetize these.
Yes,
Yeah, exactly.
It's not lucky if you don't buy it, I was taught.
Is
Well,
that true? Money has to change hands. Yes.
Yeah.
The first one is 1 zloty, then it's 2, then it's 4, then it's 8, etc.
Yeah. Or I could, he's got big hands, so I could even put like a 5 zloty coin in there, and you get
brilliant.
An extra idea.
But I do think, Paul, you're onto something. And I was going to say, because although I do, I mean, yes, I identify with what Joe was saying, and also Magda, about this, these very fundamental problems about Poland these days, and about Poles, and about our society. On the other hand, I'm trying to find alternative narratives which are going to kind of help us find other paths, other ways of describing where we are, so we don't get all stuck on saying just, oh, how terrible things are, because then we also get the opinion everywhere. Everyone looks at us as these people who rightly complain about themselves, which, I mean, fair enough, but it's also nice to be, for instance, people who find solutions to things. So thank you, Paul, for that. I consider you a true Pole.
Oh, that's an honor to hear. If it's all right, I just wanted to add something to the conversation. As an outsider, I've been living in Poland now for 10 years, and I remember seeing the paintings first very early in my time, and I didn't quite know what to make of them. And I of course also found them disturbing, and coming from an American perspective, I thought, wow, I can't believe that this is allowed, and this is somehow anti-Semitic. And I went through all those same kinds of feelings. But I think now when I look at these and find that Polish people take them into their homes and somehow take them seriously, I'm thinking about them more on a different emotional level, which is to say that, do Polish people miss the Jews? Do they miss having these people here? I mean, this was a part of Polish civilization for 1,000 years, and their absence must be profound. I mean, they're not here. They're not visible. I mean, of course, Jewish culture is still alive in Poland, but not the way it was. And yes, I think most people today don't have any contact with Jewish life. Yes. And so when I think about these things in an emotional way, I find them actually quite sad, problematic, of course, but also complex, and sadness is the feeling that strikes me the most. It was described to me by a friend of mine is that I don't remember, there's a wonderful word in English for this, is that the pain you feel from an amputated limb. So
yes, the phantom pain.
Phantom pain, yeah. So that somehow part of this is related to that Polish culture and civilization is missing a huge part of its body, and we still feel the pain of it, and somehow on the subconscious level, like bringing this little figurine or painting into the house is a way to somehow reconnect that amputated part. So I just wanted to say that just as an emotional response to this, and I think that is maybe a window into the complexity of this.
Thank you. There are several artistic projects which, of course, relate to this absence and this longing or this lack. The most known one, maybe not the most subtle, but the most known one is by Rafał Betlejewski. So it was called Tęsknię za tobą Żydzie, which is I miss you Jew, and it was basically he would write huge graffiti all over Poland, practically. Started with Warsaw, but all over Poland, just with this one sentence, I miss you Jew. And although I think there was a pretty understandable critical reaction on the part of the Jewish community in Poland, going like, well, hello, I'm here. But of course, I think it's a question of what you mean by that sentence, and this empty space is there, and this Jew that is missing is not a Jew, is not a single Jew, it's not a group of Jews, it's a Jewish a whole Jewish world. And so yeah, so definitely yes. And this idea of phantom pain, I agree, Małgorzata, it's a beautiful idea, and I think connected to that maybe the fact that you're trying to fill the space that is empty, and you're trying to kind of fill it with something, and it's going to be phantasmagory, right? It's going to be your phantasmate. I don't know what the word in English is. So it's going to be fictional versions of that missing element that are going to reappear. And I also agree with you, and I think it's super important that this element goes into your house. And of course, I understand where Erika's coming from when she says, "Oh yes, and they don't let us in behind further than the entrance, the door." But in all honesty, would you say that the entrance is the not important element of a house? From what I know, and I know very little of Jewish culture and Jewish tradition, but from what I remember, the entrance is a very important element. It's the moment where the world meets the inside, right? Where what is hidden meets what is on the outside. And so it's the moment of ultimate protection. It's the moment of everything combines there. So to have an important guardian angel is crucial. And I'm using the Catholic, of course, symbol quite consciously, because I think that in this mix-up that we have in our heads, it's a guardian angel. It's this weird guardian angel that we have. And if you combine it with the 90s in Poland, money, what is money in Poland in the 90s? It is the one thing we can be sure of. It is the free market. It is freedom. It is the thing that we want. So we understand Tevye when he's singing, that he'd like to be a rich man because this is the thing. This is our value. So no wonder we're going to get someone who somehow is the symbol of that. Of course, it's a caricature symbol. Of course, it's ridiculous. But it functions for us. And so before saying, oh, he's just staying in the entrance, he is the one that protects. He is the one that gives the aura there. This is as far as I can go in terms of the finding that it's all good.
I just wanted to add another thing, which is an observation. I've spent a lot of time in Romania, so between Romania and Poland. And one of the things that really struck me is that in Romania, you still have a huge Roma population. And it's whole parts of Romania where there are Roma everywhere. And so they're very, very, very much a part of the culture. And of course, I used to hear constantly and very aggressive racism against them from almost everywhere you went, even people that should know better. There was just a kind of casual hatred. But at the same time, there was a deep, deep fascination. And one of the things that really struck me is that every wedding that you have in Romania will have a taraf, which is a Roma gypsy band. And so I always found that there's such a contradiction. So you hate these people, you revile these people, you treat them terribly, and yet you invite them to the most intimate event in your family's life, the wedding, and they play there for you. And this struck me as there's a contradiction in this of desire and longing and familiarity, but also loathing, and this other dynamic is quite potent, and there's a seed of that as well in the Polish and Jewish tradition. Hey guys, sorry, I'm under attack.
That's always so charming. It's like in theater, you can't win with kids. They get all the attention and then we're all lost. The one thing I would be careful about would be, of course, direct analogies, because, I think that the situation of the Roma in Romania is quite distinct from what is happening here. And I think the level of animosity there is pretty impressive. So of course, that's not to say that we don't have any, negativity or tensions or just plain anti-Semitism, not at all. Of course we do, but it's I think a very different dynamics. One of the reasons being that there's the what you talked about before, which is that there's the emptiness to be filled with lots and lots of figurines. And by the way, there are lots of these figurines and of these paintings which don't have the coins, right? Which have clarinets, which have nothing, which have an old book. Yes, so we are kind of just narrowing it down and also making it seem as if it were the only kind of cultural element present, where fortunately it's not. Yeah, thank you, Paul. Okay, so now I propose we make a small break using lovely, I'm waiting for it.
Okay, well, he's waiting for you. Just fix the dates, and I'll bring it to you.
Super, I'm counting on you. Thank you. But I do think we'll get back to that, because I think the question of redefining stereotypes and of playing with them, I think is a really, really important question, because it allows us to open the game. And I think, the idea of having a woman, Erica, as this lucky Jewess, that's a very radical idea, because of course it doesn't kind of tap into this popular agenda, a popular imaginary. It proposes an alternative one, and it's a really cool idea. But of course, it won't be using this already existing energy, which the original Lucky Jew does, maybe to an exaggerated extent. Because of course, then the question is, do you not become the thing that you are criticizing?
Can I just add one more thing, because maybe it's relevant? So I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area, and in college I lived in San Francisco, and so I grew up in a very flourishing and very politically active gay culture. And one of the things that was really fascinating to see as a straight person was how the gay culture had appropriated things from the mainstream hetero culture and went through this process, what they called queering. So like you could go to a country Western bar, right? So country Western culture in America is like classic Marlboro man masculinity, cowboy, and then you'd go into a bar and everyone would be dressed as you would find in any country Western bar, except that they're all gay men. And so it was really shocking to see masculinity treated this way. And then of course there were guys who, the whole leather motorcycle masculinity, the Hells Angels guys, well then they took that too. And so then you had they queered that level of masculinity, and pretty soon it became like all the real traditional symbolic costumes of masculinity had been queered and subverted, and so that you couldn't wear those clothes anymore because people would assume you were gay. And it was very funny how this happened, but it showed me that there's a great power in that. You can take something like this and rotate it or queer it, as you say, or like, for example, like you transform the Lucky Jew into a woman, or maybe something else. And in that transformations, it reveals itself as something else and offers new possibilities. I just wanted to point to that history because it's a rich one in the queer community, and it is an ongoing one. It's even become a verb, to queer.
Yes.
So I just wanted to throw that into the mix because it seemed relevant. Sorry.
Yes, I think it's a very good point. It's a very good point. I think queering is a very effective strategy, which is also it's also smart in that it does what I was talking about, which is it taps into the energy of something which is already there. It doesn't transform it, and it's not a subversion in terms of what it is. It just kind of, it shows you that there's a fundament, there's like a foundation, there's a basis, which is not exactly the thing that you thought it was. You know, that you can have a gay rodeo or queered motorcycle riders are of course beautiful examples, because you go like, oh yeah, actually that makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah, exactly. I think I agree with Carolyn, who's writing. I don't think the Hells Angels were put off their outfit by the queering. Thank you, Carolyn. Totally. I think that's perfectly. It combines. It joins. You know, it in this weird way. But I think the whole challenge here is how to tap into something without just going either against it or just kind of dissolving yourself in whatever you're playing with, you know. So can you use that energy? I had this idea when I heard, because I'm pretty ignorant in terms of Jewish culture and tradition. So you know, I knew there was a Hamsa, but I didn't know of the exact ritual of, you know, hanging it where it hangs, etc. And I heard some of it yesterday. Some of it I read about some time ago and forgotten. But one idea I had was we could have a stand with the Hamsa saying that no, you guys are doing it wrong. This is what brings luck. I'm Jewish, I should know. Yes, of course we have money. We're Jewish, we have money. Of course, you want to have money like us? This is what brings us luck. Buy a Hamsa. So to use, you know, yes, there is a need to have a magical object that is connected to the Jewish culture of money, and something which will magically help me, you know, with my financial situation. Well, actually, the Jews do have something which helps in a lot of cases, and it, you know, it does the job. So if there's something that does the job, use it. This is what we use. Which would be I don't know if you could call it queering, but it would be a queering of at least this activity. Another form of queering. Okay, so I changed my somehow I logged into my account, and now I can't really control the polls, but I can ask. Can I ask you, Martina, to give us the poll number 1, the poll A? It's called poll A, which we had for just a short second, but so you go into polls, and there should be poll A. No, you don't have it.
I see only the results, but not the.
Oh, you can relaunch it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
This
so
one?
Here we go. I don't see it yet. There's a button which says relaunch.
But anyone else see? Because maybe co-hosts are
the co-host doesn't
see.
see it. Damn it. So I lose all my powers.
The other poll, that one we've just did at the beginning.
But there were, you know, we didn't. There weren't. There were just 2 people who managed to answer, because we.
Yeah,
we
but I'm telling about the poll when you had 2 questions.
I see. I see. So this one should be. It starts off with how much time have you spent at the Lucky Jewathon so far?
Okay, so I will add this one.
Oh, but it's such a pity I can't. I'm going to try to fix it. Okay, as you guys are answering.
Martina, maybe can you give
Okay, sorry. Now I
Mark-
manage. So you want the pool A?
Yeah.
Oh.
And can you try? Well, yeah.
Martina,
Maybe
you
not during the polling.
You can give the full hosting to Wojtek as well. You can make him the host.
Yeah, let's try that.
Now should work, or?
Okay, let me see. No, I think I need to unlog.
I will make you host for now, okay?
Okay. I just hear the noise of people sending it in. It's really frustrating. Okay, let's see. No, I'm not working. I have more options, but this is still not working. I need to log in as
Oh, I see. Somebody might have logged you out because they logged in.
either that or I logged in. You know, I just clicked log and I didn't see that it was another account.
People are doing the polls, so maybe you should go.
Okay, so I'll be right back.
But wait, maybe first give me the host back, okay?
Okay.
Because I'm afraid we lost.
Yes, please. No, we don't want to lose everyone. Here, Martina Moore, make host. Yes.
Yep.
Okay. I'll be right back with you. Oh, maybe I can even do it without disappearing. Okay, I'll just leave for a minute and be right back. It worked. Okay, so here are the results. How much time have you spent at the Lucky Jewathon so far? We have 43% of people 1 to 2 hours, 43% 4 to 6 hours, and 14% 6 to 10 hours. Pretty impressive. Do you consider yourself lucky? 86% of the people here consider themselves lucky. 14% don't. How lucky are you? 29% are pretty damn lucky. 57% have their moments. 14% occasionally get lucky. Okay, there's nobody here who answered either that they're hardly ever lucky, who say I wish, or who would answer what are you even talking about. So we've got a pretty lucky bunch of people here. Congratulations to all of you. Is money something you value? 71%, my darlings, consider that there's nothing wrong in appreciating money. Good for you. There's 14% who answered that is money something you value? I wish I didn't. Yeah, the guilt, the constant guilt. And there's still 14% who consider that money is not something they value. So we have a small minority who actually don't value money. Does being Jewish help to think about the Lucky Jew project? 29% consider that definitely it does, 57% somewhat, and 14% that it doesn't really help to think about the Lucky Jew project. Nobody considers that it doesn't help at all. Does being Polish help to think about the Lucky Jew project? 14% consider that definitely, 71% somewhat. Okay, so 71, most people agree that being Jewish or being Polish helps to think about the Lucky Jew project. But there's a small minority, also 14%, who don't think that being Polish helps to think about the Lucky Jew project. So there are people who think and everyone agrees that being Jewish helps somehow, but there are at least some people who think that being Polish actually doesn't help. That it's like, what's the use? Not a representative poll, says Susan, as you must answer even if you're not Jewish or not Polish. Correct. That is correct. However, I didn't ask about if you are Jewish, if you being Jewish helps to think. If just somebody being Jewish, will it help the person? Of course, maybe there should be also a question, does not being Jewish or Polish actually help? That would be quite interesting. Let me write that down. Does not being Jewish or Polish help? So what do you guys think about the results of this poll? I feel like I'm on a pre-election evening. The one thing which I think is fascinating is that almost everyone considers themselves lucky. And I think this is, of course, some of the questions you will notice are not as innocent as they seem, but it's about really believing in luck. So believing that luck exists and that it is part of your life. So it's being superstitious. And in our looking at a phenomenon like the Lucky Jew, one of the things that I think happens to us, at least it happens to me, is also to looking at it as just a terrible thing because it's a superstition. It's a stupid superstition. If we're asked right, we answer that we feel that we're lucky. So that luck plays a role in our lives. And if luck plays a role in our lives, it means that there is a relationship we have with it. And of course, luck is not something that we can have or not have if we think about it rationally, right? It's chance. Unless we introduce other levels which are not rational, and I'm fine with that, but that just means that you're thinking in other categories and that you start to introduce other elements which are just not so rational and which are going to take you places which are very unexpected, lucky charms and places that bring luck and numbers and colors and people. Whenever do you know that Polish tradition, whenever you see a nurse, not a nurse, now it's a nurse, but whenever you see a nun or whenever you see a chimney sweep, it's good luck. Do you have that in where you come from? Susan is nodding that you do. Carolyn also. What are your lucky people?
But there's no theory that chimney sweeps are out to take over the world.
Although, come to think about it, them plus Santa Claus, ooh.
I live in Germany, so the chimney sweep thing, I've never heard of the nun thing. That's interesting.
Oh yeah, well, you got to come to Poland, you know, it's easier to get lucky this way.
The nun thing is very Polish, I think.
I wonder why. Susan?
Yeah, I don't think it's luck as in I carry around a rabbit's foot or a talisman. My husband and I, we were born in such circumstances, and we were incredibly lucky, if you will, to be intelligent enough and privileged enough to go to great universities and to have a fantastic life. And the fact that we're all here, the 16 of us, obviously we're all lucky that we can be inside on a Friday night or early Saturday morning, talking to one another on our expensive computers. Obviously, we are much more lucky, if you will, than lots of people who've been caught up in this pandemic and in our countries. Maybe privileged is the word, but
do you feel there's an element?
All of this.
But do you feel there's a certain mystery in it?
I feel like I was born on third base, if to use an American expression, as I am.
Can you explain?
Maybe not like the Trump children, but well, I'm American, but to be born on third base and then to be able to run to home and, you know, to be wealthy enough to afford what we want to do and to be wealthy enough to be safe during this pandemic. And I think most of us would agree that we're in a very privileged place now. None of us are out on the front lines. We're not working in hospitals. We're not working at grocery stores. We're not delivering food to people. We're able to quarantine and talk to our families over Skype or Zoom. Don't you think?
Agreed.
It's lucky to be born on third base. It's sensible to know you didn't hit a triple.
I mean, I miss my family to bits. So does my husband. We're in the UK. We can't go to Australia. We can't go to America. But we're lucky that our families are all safe. That's a lot more than a lot of people can say these days.
That's true.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know. What do you think? Do you think you're lucky?
You mean me? Or are you asking to others? Do I think I'm lucky?
Yes.
Yes, definitely. And I have a problem with that.
What's your problem with it?
Well, several. One is, of course, the guilt that like I don't deserve it because I don't. That's part of being lucky, right? Is that you don't deserve it. That what your husband just said. Yeah, that I just got here. I got to the triple base. I don't know how. I was just born this way. And so there is a feeling, at least that I have, of guilt and of responsibility, but which is really tricky because I also love the privilege. I mean, I love being here with you guys, and I love being able to be sitting on my sofa and knowing that, you know, my son is safe, etc. But the other problem I have with it is that I'm a fairly rational person. As I mentioned before, I studied philosophy, and I really like to think that, you know, with clean categories, maybe all over the place, but trying to be clean about thinking. And then there are these really irrational elements of my life, which I don't know what to do with. And luck is one of them. The fact that it just happened so that I'm somewhere. And I know that objectively it's a question of chance. I'm quite aware of that. But I don't live objectively, I live subjectively. And so in this subject, in this person, it's really difficult and confusing, but that also means that I don't really know myself, and I don't know what sort of other spaces that are not rational are going to be kind of part of my living. And so I suppose that means that I have a bit more of kind of openness or tolerance towards people who have these bizarre ways of thinking about luck. And then what I try to see is, as in this particular case, like, what is the cost of that? What is the cost
that
of,
we can
of believing
only
luck? Yeah, go on, sorry.
we can only operate within our own range of perception. So I've been lucky enough that after a successful time in business, now I can write my PhD in German Jewish history. And I hope that that will help someone else down the line to make their education better. And I must admit, I thought, is it Michael, the original thing about the Poles and Lucky Jew, it felt very, it was difficult for me watching the Poles being how I felt sort of made fun of. But I don't think it's necessarily malignant. I think that most of these people have never ever seen a Jew in their lives. Right, having studied Polish Jewish history, by 1969, there was pretty much very, very little left of the Jewish community in Poland. So for people who were born in post-1969, in the 60s, to have this idea of a lucky Jew, they need to be educated, not legislated against. Sorry, we had Meir on last night, an Israeli guy who was very much saying, if you can say the N-word in America, then you must be able to, say that you can't have these dolls in Poland, et cetera, et cetera. Mm-hmm. In many ways, at least they're thinking about Jews. The idea of the lucky Jew, I don't know, it is what it is, which I guess is a bit fatalistic, but at least people are thinking about the Jews and about the place that they held in Poland.
Yeah, I suppose the question is, are they not thinking the wrong thing? So they're thinking, but are they not
thinking the wrong thing? They might be thinking the wrong thing, but at least they're thinking something. As long as they're thinking something, they can be brought around thinking the right thing.
I would agree. I would agree that the approach of trying to make a Polish person, a non-Jewish Polish person, or a Jewish Polish person buying one of these objects, making them feel bad, is the wrong approach. And it's not actually our approach. I think that, it's a funny thing, because when I think of this video, I don't actually think, I think it makes me look sillier or as silly. I don't see it as making fun of Poles. I think that it's making fun of the fact of this ritual. But, in fact, I see, most people are kind of laughing at me as I'm trying to sell them things on the screen. But this is just this video, and I think I said this yesterday also, that the video is its own project that we released a few years ago. In practice, in fact, what we do is we try and engage people in conversations for this very reason. I think it's to try and find ways to bring people into the conversation, to not make people feel bad about the fact that they want to purchase. And in fact, when we ask people why they want to purchase these objects, I've been shocked by the responses. I'm actually quite moved often. A lot of people really do it from a very meaningful place. It's not necessarily just sort of a goofy talisman. There are some people who had Jewish friends or whose family hid Jews. We had one older woman who bought it because her mother hid Jews, and she wanted it because it reminded her of her mother. So this was actually quite amazing, and it kind of confuses the issue even more because, at the end of the day, I don't think that I personally look forward to the day that I'm escorted out of the marketplace and asked not to sell these anymore. That's my personal hope. at one point. Not everyone agrees with them.
May I?
That's part of it.
Well,
May
yeah,
I
yes,
give
please,
a very
but
small
wait, because
personal story?
can we just have, because Carolyn raised her hand some time ago. So if yeah, Carolyn, if you can go, and then Susan, okay?
Yeah, I was, well, we've covered quite a few things since I raised my hand. I think I raised it because I was actually going to ask statistically kind of something that Michael just started touching upon. How many people think they're really buying these because they're lucky? Because of course, not, they, as you said, sorry, host. What's your name?
Wojtek, I'm sorry.
Wojtek, as you said, Wojtek, they don't all have coins in their hands, for instance, just as an example. So I would guess that they're being bought for all different reasons. We're focusing on the lucky, and we heard yesterday at Michael's session that, of course, they're called little Jews, not necessarily lucky Jews, and so on. So that was my first thing. The second was, I come from a country, Germany now, originally Canadian, that you know, does legislate away hatred to some extent in some ways, and I often think legislation is useful for a few things. I feel gays and lesbians would never have been allowed to marry if they had not been legislated. I always never wanted that left to a plebiscite, for instance. I just never, I felt there you really had to have lawmakers taking a certain leadership role, or in most countries in the world we would still never ever be allowed to marry. Yeah, those were the two main things. Yeah.
Thank you, Carolyn.
What I want to say quite briefly is that about 3 years ago, in autumn of 2017, I went along with a group of about 20 Jews from North London to Warsaw for a long weekend away to meet Michael Schuldrich, to go to see the Jewish sites, et cetera, and walking through town with just a few of them, 2 or 3 of us walking around, we got called Juda, Żyd. I was shocked. I was appalled. And I said, you know, so what? So what, he's Jewish? What are you gonna do? And it was more like just a finger poking, Żyd. I couldn't believe how much of an issue it was in Warsaw, just in the city center. I'm not talking about anywhere outside, but so I understand how it's still so much of an issue in Poland, maybe especially in Warsaw. Like the lucky Jew is so much of a small part of what Jews were wandering around Warsaw, and I'm talking in very small groups. I'm not saying busloads going to Poland. I'm talking about 2 or 3 people wandering up and down Krakowskie Przedmieście. Yes, Magda, we were called both. Also Jew, just Jew, because they could tell that we were speaking English. So, you know, if you've got lots of choices. And it was very disturbing to me. But at the same time, it felt like it was just an observation, not a, this is a terrible thing we're going to come for you. It was just, hey, we've never seen one of these before. So I don't know exactly how to weigh it up. And my family comes ursprünglich
Thank you
from Poland.
so much. I'm sorry. I just need to say this. Thank you so much for saying what you've just said. I think it makes a world of a difference, even this ambiguity or not being sure. Thank you. Go on.
No, I think that's basically what I had to say, because these are my friends. These are my friends that I'm taking to go see the old synagogue, taking them to, you know, eating a milk cafe, a dairy restaurant, taking them for lunch, and they're saying, "Oh no, you speak Polish, just fine." And I'm like, "No, I really don't." But these are my friends, and it's terrifying to have people marking them out as you're a Jew, because what does that mean to the people who are saying it in the context of Poland, in the context of Warsaw?
So I think that's a very good question to ask those people. and that's a question that needs to be asked.
I was comfortable asking.
Of course,
of course.
Yeah. Of course, I perfectly understand that, and I can imagine that it must have been quite traumatizing. I would say that I know cases where there were hardcore anti-Semitic situations, but I know also of many stories where it's what you'd said later, which is just this kind of awe. It's this kind of really naive and childish, you know, like my son saw for the first time, he saw a black person. You know, there's no black people in Poland, and he was, I think, 4 years old at the time, and he started crying. And we were just so embarrassed. We were just like, my wife started going, oh, he always cries when he sees foreigners, blah, blah. She started really saying just anything because she felt so terribly bad, because obviously the person realized it very quickly, because he was looking and he was terrified. He must have been maybe 3 even. But of course, the people you described were not 3 years old. But there is an element where we live in a society which is so homogenous, and for us, you know, I'm a little bit embarrassed about my own reaction to the first Orthodox Jews that I told you about, because it wasn't that innocent. I actually had, my feeling was a little bit a feeling of like, what the hell is what are you guys doing? What is this? You know, and I was educated as well as one can educate somebody, you know, in Poland with books and friends, etc. And I had a notion. My parents have Jewish friends, etc., etc. But I was in such a shock that if I weren't alone and they were a big group, you know, it was a Hasidic school, so it was like 20 Hasidic Jews. So if it wasn't this situation, if it was the reverse, and I was with friends, I don't know if I would not at least tell my friends, look. So there is that element.
There's nuance in every direction.
Yeah.
Right? Having met Michael Schudrich as a woman was not a great experience, right? So things go in there are nuances in every direction. Little things poke out from every single interaction. It's not as simple as to say, this should be allowed, this should not be allowed. The Germans hate the Jews, the Poles hate the Jews hate the Poles. Life is a mishmash. Maybe.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a question for the organizers, which is, should I be reading the chat, some of the commentaries, because I'm thinking that probably they're not in the broadcast, right? So
there's no rule, Nick. It's completely up to you.
Okay, it's completely up to me, because some of the comments are really on the spot. Like Anna just wrote, I think between a Pole and a Jew, there's always unspoken question. Do you hate me? Well, that's a very hardcore thing to say, that there's always an unspoken question. But I think that the ambiguity is very often there, at least in the first encounter. At least if you define it as a between a Pole and a Jew, which is going back to this idea of us and them. So when we have that, I think that may happen quite a lot. Totally. Yes, Carolyn, you wrote, you actually have quite a few Afro-Polish citizens. I met some in Tarnów. I have some Afro-Polish friends. But I think it's similar as with the Jews. There's a lot of Jews in Poland, but it's still a very, very small amount given the size of the country and the population. So it still means that that it's really difficult to meet a Jew. And going back to the origins of the 90s and the beginnings of this lucky Jew figure. So when we came back from Montreal, and my mom had different functions in different places, but she organized the first meeting of young Jews and young Poles. And at the time, the March of the Living refused such a meeting because they thought it would be too radical. But she was good friends with the organizers of the Canadian counterpart, the March of the Living. I forget the name now of that event, but it's a really great event, somewhat similar to the March of the Living. And they organized this meeting. So there was a group of, I don't remember exactly, 15 young people, 20 young people who were Jewish, and my mom was to organize the Polish side, and there were no organizations, Polish Jewish Forum, Friendship, whatever. So she basically told me, I was on my first year of university, so I was 19, 18. And she said, well, can you bring somebody, because we need people to fill this place. And so I just contacted all my friends, and all of them immediately said, of course, we would love to. And the reason most of them said yes was because they'd never met a Jew. And I was studying at Warsaw University. I was studying philosophy at Warsaw University, the biggest university in Poland. So that was the situation at the time. So the reason why they wanted to meet the Jews was not to talk about history, blah, 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 blah. The first reason was they were just curious. Who the hell are these people? And it was a fascinating meeting, like really crazy, fascinating meeting. But that first moment was a moment of just like, I realized we have no idea. We have no idea. And the situation changed, but it didn't change as radically as we would like to think. It's not like you see Jews, on the streets, and if you see a Hasidic Jew, then you're lucky. So some comments. Michael, I have never more Jewified as I have in Poland, but not because of anti-Semitism, but because of philo-Semitism. You've never felt more Jewified, yeah. But I think it's two sides of the same coin, right, Michael? It's the not knowing and just going like, oh, so you are the thing? You are really? Are you real? And you have a beard and everything?
I find though that it's actually can be more specific than that.
Okay.
Where people will take pride in how much they know about me as a Jew. I've been in conversations where people have told me, have spent much of the conversation telling me about myself with a kind of pride. I had one remarkable conversation once where we weren't actually there to talk about my Jewishness at all. We were there to talk about other things, but my Jewishness became the kind of subject because it was what he was most interested in talking to me about and showing me how much he knew about Jews and how much admiration he had for my people. It almost made me more uncomfortable than if it had been anti-Semitic.
I think, and if you compare it to a situation of a Polish person abroad, where I have that sometimes too, like, you're Polish, oh, the Pope, Walesa, whatever, and it's like, oh yeah, I know, I've read, heard, whatever, saw this film, and of course I feel a bit kind of like, well, good for you, or like, oh, you people suffered tremendously, oh my God, or whatever is being said, even if it's the good things, like, then you're a little bit like, okay. But I think that in what you're saying, there's an additional layer which is important to kind of to point out, and that is that it's not necessarily a position of a foreigner, right? That the Jewishness here in Poland has this ambiguous character of something which is from somewhere else, but it's from here somehow. So we kind of really wanted to be, or some of us really wanted to be here, to be ours, to be kind of, you know, embrace it, almost like a nervous tick. And I think Paul's idea of this phantom pain, it's this tick of, you know, like, oh, you're with us, we're with you, we know you, we cherish you. Yeah, so I can understand.
The thing I was most shocked though by was that, you know, I'm Canadian, and in Canada, I don't, sure, I would like play Jews as an actor and stuff, but really like my Jewishness, I never felt like I never kind of walked around going, oh, I'm Jewish, you know, whereas here I'm asked to identify, I feel like forced to identify with my culture to like a shocking point. And I know that it has to do with the homogeneity of this country as well. But I think my Jewishness is, yeah, particularly, is particular. But I don't want to lead with my Jewishness.
Well, and then you go and do a Lucky Jew performance and the Lucky Jewathon?
Yes, okay, but you know, but still, if I'm still presenting this performance to people from around the world. I have Jewish and non-Jewish friends in Canada, and I still feel like culturally, like within the context of like Polish society and its relationship or how it intersects with the Jew is so singular versus the melting pot of Toronto, which is the city I lived for 20 years. People are focusing on identity politics constantly in a city like Toronto. And for me, this is connected to that. It's, this is an investigation of my personal identity politics or using my practice to investigate that. But that doesn't mean when it's over, I'm still like the Jew first and Michael second.
And do people ask you about your being Canadian?
No. I mean, they ask me why I would choose to live in Poland if I could be in Canada right now. I get that a lot, particularly now. A lot.
Do you get that from yourself as well, or?
No, because I'm clear about why I'm here. I would never have made the Lucky Jew or wanted to do the Lucky Jewathon in Canada. So as an artist, this is a really great place to think and be and focus and work.
+1.
Yeah.
Although it's yeah, I think that shows you the irony, right? Like as an artist, yes, it's a very interesting place.
Would you not be living? Do you think if you weren't an artist, if you were just like a banker, would you be living in Poland?
I don't know if I'll be living in Poland as an artist. It's really tiring, and I think there are many reasons for it being tiring, but one of them is somewhat similar to what I found in Portugal, although with a different taste, which is that it's a country that specializes in self-critique, self-criticism. So, and we're good at it. So it means we have really smart ways of saying bad things about ourselves. And that's pretty hard on the longer term. Yeah. So I know there was a voice which asked to have no more polls, but there's going to be another poll, but we can continue our conversation during the poll. So
I wonder why you were so against the polls. Would you be open to sharing and explaining it to us?
I'd be happy to. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can. Can I launch the poll as you're criticizing it?
Sorry, that was really a joke because I was just so tired of the election stuff. So don't take that seriously.
Jesus, you don't imagine that I was already
2 weeks of the Trump-Biden election. I had a nervous breakdown. It was just a nightmare. Just give me a break from the voting just for a few weeks is all. Okay.
I understand.
Great. Continue on. You're doing a great job.
All right.
Expressing my fatigue at the state of the world.
Thank you. All right, so this one is a little bit longer, and it's some of the things are similar to what was what was there before. Others are a bit different, stated differently. Yeah, I think it was Paul wrote, it's an interesting irony to me that the Polish Jews and the Poles are historically speaking some of the unluckiest people in Europe. Yes, and of course there's a competition, right? Who's more unlucky? Or if you want to put it in another way, the Poles are not ready to accept that there's somebody else who's more unlucky than them. Yeah, it kind of takes away the shine, doesn't it? But I think it's a beautiful twist here that we usually have this irony quite blatant in the sense of seeing the Jews as unlucky and seeing ourselves as lucky or as unlucky as well. And here the idea of getting a bit of the luck of the Jews is really, I think it's really fantastic. It's just, I find it really funny and sweet. Wow, well, I must read this comment out loud. Susan wrote, best Paul ever. Thank you very much. There's more to come. Well, I must tell you that some of the questions that are going to be appearing may feel a bit offensive to some people, and I'm sorry. I've been writing them late at night, and I wasn't always in control of my stream of consciousness, and I'm a curious person. And it's a tricky world, the polling world. So now I understand why the results of the Biden-Trump thing and before that were so off, because making a question which makes sense is Jesus. So we're getting close, I think. Okay, another 30 seconds. It's close, it's close. Oh, Michael wants to do the poll, but can't. I'm sorry, Michael, you're too privileged. Your privilege just made you run out of luck. Don't worry, I'll tell you everything.
I'm trying to get over him. I'm trying to give my privilege back.
Do you want me to get you off the co-host?
Somebody has to do it to me.
Oh, I can't actually. I can't. No, you're doomed.
Apparently, I have to log in as not Festival.
Wait. Let me see. No, I can't do any. Allow. No, I can remove you. You don't want to be a co-host? Goodbye. All right. Well, so here are the results, ladies and gentlemen.
What are the questions?
Do you know the history of the original Lucky Jew? 22% say yes. 56% say no. And 22% say you're bullshitting me, right? Am I bullshitting them, Michael?
What exactly is the bullshit?
Well, what is the history of the original Lucky Jew?
The original Lucky Jew?
That is the question. Do you know the history of the original Lucky Jew?
I mean, I have a version of the history. I think that there are some people like Erica who might contest it. If she was here, she likes to contest it because she's so obsessed with facts. But as far as my understanding is that during communism, I don't know who the original. Now, when we're talking about the Lucky Jew, are we talking about these caricatures, or are we talking about the idea of a Jew as lucky? Because
well, I didn't specify. I did put capital letters on lucky and Jew.
Lucky. I know that Jews were, in more historical times considered mystical, or considered to have mystical powers. I'm not researched in this at all, but I do know anecdotally that Jews were sometimes invited to weddings because of their mystical powers. So this idea,
I think that Yankel playing at the wedding is a kind of an echo of that.
Yeah, that
you know, the musician playing music, mysterious, mystical music. I think it's an echo of that. Go on, sorry.
Well, my understanding of the origins of when these caricatures or images of Jews started appearing with coins was during communism, in either the 70s or 80s. I believe, my understanding is that there was actually a competition. The Museum of Krakow. Magda is in the room, so if I make any mistakes, you can just tell me. But the Museum of Krakow held a competition, a kind of naive art or folklorist competition. And one of the, I believe the winner of the competition was someone who added the coin to the Jew. And this was at a time when, you know, Polish people were sick of communism, and they were looking for ways, or at least hope that it's possible to get out of it. We're not sure if they were the winner or not. Is that not sure if they won, but that's my understanding of when it started to appear, and then from then it started to become more popular, and it started to become this emblem that was symbolizing, you know, a symbol of capitalism because of this idea that the Jew was good with money. Oh, and tomorrow the director of the Museum of Krakow is actually going to be sitting on a panel, so they can speak more specifically. But I think the thing that's the most interesting is that they started to appear during communism. They're not old. They're not an old tradition.
Yes.
Jewish image is an old tradition, but the coin is quite new.
Yeah. I find it fascinating that it should appear, and without the negative, that there's something which could be considered a negative connotation, but the core of the aura of that thing is really mystical and really about, you know, bringing in something positive and good. Okay, so some other questions. Yes, I'm sorry because somebody wrote, Carolyn wrote, the polls should include option to skip a question. I'm sorry, I thought they did automatically. I didn't know they didn't have that. So forgive me if you're forced to answer every question. Sometimes it's just my guilty pleasure, but sometimes it's just the way it's built. So why are Polish Jews more lucky? Was that the one you wanted to skip? Come on, you wouldn't want to skip that one. Option 1, because Poland is the best. 11% people think that Poland is the best. Thank you. Because Poland is exotic, nobody thinks that. Because they've been through enough, 22%, and then 67% go, yes, why? And nobody thinks that Polish Jews are more lucky because they were given a chance, which I think is quite telling. Like, no, chance, please. Shouldn't someone tell Poles that it's the Hamsa that brings good luck? Yes, I'll do it, says 44% of people. I'm counting on you. Really, we have no idea. Share the good luck. So then, they don't want to know, say 22%. How dare you? Do you know us? Do you know our souls? Have you been to our souls? Shouldn't someone tell Poles that it's the Hamsa that brings good luck? Of course not. Why should they have good luck? Say 11%. And now I regret that this thing is anonymous. Really, who is so nasty? Come on, people. Come on. You're so anti-Polish. I can't believe it. And then shouldn't someone tell Poles that it's the Hamsa that brings good luck? No, they should know. say 22% of people. Those are the arrogance, right? Like, you should know, come on. Everyone knows that. You don't know that, you're just ignorant. Well, tough luck. We're just this poor, lost nation stuck somewhere in the middle of nowhere, just plains everywhere around us. We don't really know these things. We just don't know. Okay, so which way would you prefer to become rich? Luck says 0%. Oh my God, nobody wants to get rich by luck. Are you serious? 33% hard work, 44% anyway, okay, fine. And then 22% would not want to become rich. Wow. So if some of you by luck get rich and you don't want to get rich, then just remember me. Okay, I don't mind.
Not be you getting lucky necessarily. That would be them consciously choosing to give you money. I suppose it's lucky, but it's different. It's not as lucky, not as clear.
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that. Luck comes to those who are well prepared, etc. You know.
Well prepared.
And I will have Paul's figurine of the wrestler Lucky Jew. So that means I've actually taken care of. I will have actually taken care of my luck. Does luck exist? Multiple choice. 11% no. 11% not in this case. 11% it's the most ridiculous concept ever. 11% I'm so over it. 44% say I wish. 0% say not for Jews. 33% say not for Poles. So you even like you give some luck to Jews, but you don't give anything to Poles, and you complain about the paintings. Like, can't we get anything? Nothing for us? Is it offensive to think that someone brings you luck? 11% think that yes, 67% think that no, and 22% say they are not sure if it's offensive to think that someone brings you luck. Oh wait, sorry, Elizabeth. I'm sorry, Eliasaph. Yeah, Eliasaph is asking.
My friends just call me Elias.
Elias, okay. Elias asks, does the hamster really bring luck? I'm not sure that's what it's designed to do. You'd have to ask the Baal Shem Tov, I guess.
Yeah, so can I just, I hate to like stick my oar in. Is it all right if I just?
Oh, please do.
So I'm actually one of the people who finds the concept of luck kind of offensive. And I generally find, like, when people say to me, oh, good luck, there's a sort of sense that they're implying that I'm somehow incompetent. And it's like, oh, this guy is an idiot. This guy's never going to, there's like this concept of the lucky fool. There's like, oh, this idiot is going to, he's totally incompetent, but maybe he'll be lucky. And they're stealing from you the respect for any success that you obtain. Because if you can attribute to luck what is actually earned through very hard work, then you've had a certain amount of nachas taken from you, which is why I do consider it offensive to wish someone luck in some ways. And usually now when people say to me, good luck, I say, I do not believe in luck. I believe in hard work. So that's just my take on it. Maybe that's a bit of an extreme idea, but this is how I feel about it.
Were you one of the people who said they didn't feel they were lucky?
I just don't think that luck is a useful concept for dealing with the world. I think that it's magic. It's magical thinking. It's a form of just putting your head in the sand, and I think it's just counterproductive for a person to believe in. It's like going and buying lottery tickets. It's like it's not a rational way to deal with the world.
Wait. It's not. Of course it's not.
Magical thinking.
But are we only dealing in rational ways with the world? I mean, even the way you're talking is full of passion. Is passion part of your rational self?
I think passion is different. I think that's a person's that's an emotional, something that exists in a person on an emotional level as part of who a person is or a person's personality, and that's fair enough. This is just something that I've recently been thinking about a lot, and it's begun to really annoy me. So it's actually quite nice to have some kind of a forum that I can fetch about it, because it's just been. I live in. Let me just tell you my situation. I live in on the border of Germany and Austria. I've had to move out of my Hasidic community to work, so I'm on my own outside. I have nothing. I can't get kosher or anything, so I'm very angry and isolated at the moment. So hence it's quite nice to have some community to talk to. But so just the idea of luck, I think is I just think it's not something you can rely on, and I just think it's a bad idea to have this kind of, oh, maybe I'll be lucky, maybe today, and it's a nice way. It's like I just think of it as kind of false hope, you know. I think it's better that if you want to be successful, that you plan your life and you obtain a better understanding of the world. And so I think that all of this marketing, and also, I grew up in Ireland, and there's a whole luck industry and the luck of the Irish, this whole thing. And it's just kind of, I think it's just bad for people's development, and, in terms of spiritually and professionally, and just in terms of the way that they handle themselves, to have this notion of luck that you can rely on, and this idea of the luck of the Irish. And John Lennon wrote, I think it was Paul McCartney wrote a song called "The Luck of the Irish," and the gist of the song was, if you had the luck of the Irish, you'd want to give it back, because the Irish have had probably the Jews have got worse luck than the Irish, actually, but the same point stands either way. So you've got I think there might be something such as anti-luck, and maybe there's like a physics. If you think of it in terms of physics, that there's a sort of like if luck was a physical phenomenon in the same way as gravity, you'd also have a counterbalancing thing called anti-luck, and that you're kind of you're constantly trying to balance between these two, physical or mystical forces.
So sorry, people are asking, what about God's blessing?
Well, that's a complicated question, and that depends on your relationship with God. So that's a whole different story, and that's not something that I could comment to anybody on an individual level about, in terms of, if you are a good person. For starters, in Judaism, there is no reward for mitzvahs in this world. So you have absolutely no guarantee whatsoever in Judaism that being a good person will lead to you being successful. So to assume that is dangerous.
Yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean I don't want. I have a very, I'm coming from a very sort of severe Hasidic not background, but the perspective that I subscribe to is very much in the sort of Chabad, bordering on sort of Satmar philosophy levels of stuff. So my ideas are maybe a little bit outside of mainstream Judaism, but in terms of luck it's very risky to even believe in luck, in my view. That you need to be wise. But I believe in wisdom. I believe in cultivating oneself. And I think the thing that should be encouraged rather than luck. It's you want to live in a slot machine. You want to live in Las Vegas. You want to inhabit a gambling reality. I think that's a bad state for a person to aspire to. I think it's a bad mentality.
Okay, so let me put you in a conversation with a Polish atheist. Name was Wisława Szymborska. She was a poet, and she wrote a poem called "Could Have." It could have happened. It had to happen. It happened earlier, later, nearer, further off. It happened, but not to you. You were saved because you were the first. You were saved because you were the last, alone, with others, on the right, the left, because it was raining, because of the shade, because the day was sunny. You were in luck. There was a forest. You were in luck. There were no trees. You were in luck. A rake, a hook, a beam, a break, a jam, a turn, a quarter inch, an instant. You were in luck. Just then a straw went floating by. As a result, because, although, despite, what would have happened if a hand, a foot, within an inch, a hair's breadth from an unfortunate coincidence? So you're here? Still dizzy from another dodge, close shave, reprieve? One hole in the net and you slipped through? I couldn't be more shocked or speechless. Listen how your heart pounds inside me.
Are we now exchanging poetry? Because I have lots of great poetry I could read.
Cool.
It's a beautiful poem. It's very moving.
Thank you. This is the reference here. Yeah.
You don't have to agree with me.
No. I'm just. It's just something which corresponds to my humbleness in front of things which are beyond me. And as I was saying some time ago, I consider myself a fairly rational person, and I know that objectively it's not, luck is not the term, but subjectively this is what happens. And if I'm, in the circumstances that are described by Szymborska, I kind of start acknowledging that there's just something which I don't have any influence on, because I don't have any influence on.
Can I make one more point?
Yes.
The belief in luck leads to resentment, in a sense, on the part of the author, that it's like a luck privilege that exists. But does it really?
Really?
Is luck a privilege? Or does it exist? Well, so let me just say that there was a sense, you were lucky because X, Y, and Z happened, and presumably in some way that was, what saved that person, or but is that the person that was saved? Are they responsible? Should they be envied for having been saved? And does a belief in luck allow us to resent that person's luck? And is that a bad thing? Does the perpetuation of the idea of luck allow us to resent other people?
That's a very hard line to have, I would say.
Yeah,
I understand it, and I think it is connected quite strongly, at least in the stories I know, to questions of, I don't know, the heritage of the trauma of the Shoah, yes, and to the question of like who survives and why they survive, and the all sorts of huge narratives of tragedy and tension and just terrible things that come out of things we would otherwise think as luck. So I guess I just need to acknowledge that and say that I know, yes. Thank you for your perspective.
Thank you for giving me the forum to speak. It's very it's a great privilege to be able to speak in such a place. So thank you.
Well,
my lines are often very hard, but they're philosophical, they're theoretical. don't take them personally.
So then we come back to the last question of the poll results, just to tie the knot, and that is, what brings more luck, to see a nun or a chimney sweep? 22% say none, 44% say chimney sweep, 33% say I'm not Polish. So I'm glad some of you identified with the Polish spirit of luck. Although I understand why you wouldn't. I think that I would pick up on something, which is the question of despair and of going for luck in situations of despair. And I think it's going to be one of the questions. I'm not sure, but one of the things you cannot say about the Poles is that they really are very good with money. We don't have a tradition of taking care of money. We don't have a culture of taking care of money. It's not part of our heritage. It's not what we're taught at school. Some people know how to make money, some people know how to take care of the money, but the whole material, financial side of it, some people say it's because of the war. Some people say it's because for over 100 years we didn't have a country, so it was really difficult to think of, the material means. I'm not sure that either of the explanation is quite sufficient. What I can tell you is that it's just, when I arrived in Canada and in high school, we had economy classes where we were learning how to create a budget, like a home budget. I was like, you can actually do that? It exists? You can have like a budget that's for your home? How does that work? I thought only countries and companies had budgets. So we are just not accustomed as a place to thinking in terms of material culture. And my experiences have been, for instance, going to France and discovering the richness of the material culture. So it's not exactly the same thing, but it's somehow kin. So the culture of objects, of taking care of things, these are things which either we lost along the way or we actually never really had them as part of our kind of basic education. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say that is not the case with the Jewish culture. And just to give you an example, which is a modern example, as I was just looking for things for this event, I stumbled, I think I was just looking for like lucky Jew money, doing research on exhibitions and things like that. And I just happened to find I lost it unfortunately in the meantime, but there was a book on sale on Amazon. There was a book for Jewish communities and how the funding of the communities is changing and the ways of funding are shifting and how you have to change the strategies. And I was thinking, like, we cannot like imagine that in Poland as a book about like Polish communities changing the way that we work with funding. It's just a way of thinking about community which is not part of the vocabulary. And so, and this is coming from an ignorant, the impression I have is that from the perspective of a Pole, there's an element in the Jews being able even to think in these terms, which is magical, which is like, damn it, how do they do that? How do they do that? How is that even possible? There must be something about it. And I suppose it's, it's the case of many different cultures and many different situations, but in Poland, this contrast to me is quite stark. And so the fact of not finding practical solutions, but rather going for a mystical explanation is something that is really close to our souls. And having had, having had Jews as part of the of our communities or part of our heritage for so long, my hypothesis is that this may play a role, that you have a huge contrast, and because you don't know how to do it. When you don't know how to do something, then you kind of go like, they must have some special thing about them. And this stays, and this thinking stays. And so then you kind of, you invent rituals which are going to playfully, not really seriously, but okay, yeah. And that's why I would also, this is of course also another interpretation of that than one which would be just saying that this is an anti-Semitic simple gesture of just picking up a Jew and going like, bring me money.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you on that, and I agree. First of all, let me just say, I know plenty of Jews who are not good with money.
Of course. Well,
no. So like Poland has got a government, and it seems to be able to manage its affairs relatively well. So I think to just kind of go, oh, Jews are good with money, Poles are not good with money, I think is a little bit, simplistic. And I understand that I think the reason is that Jewish communities are smaller, and so it's easier to sort of see the workings of them. Whereas with a larger country, Poland is all bureaucracies and stuff. You don't see these things. When you see a little idyllic sort of community and it's got like a few hundred people and everybody's, you can kind of see what everybody's doing, and you've got like a certain different structure, and you've got like, say, if you've got your classic sort of Hasidic Ukrainian or whatever community, and you've got the Rebbe looking after everyone, and it looks really great, but really it's just a different form of government, and in a lot of ways, it's actually very helpful to think of Judaism not so much as a religion or an ethnicity, but as a system of government. Or in addition to those things, it is also in a way a system of government, at least in Hasidic communities. So, but it's basically the same as modern, socialism. It's just on a smaller scale. So, I think we're not really that different. It's just that there's kind of a less understanding of how things work. And I think people sort of see a small close-up part of the picture, and they add in a lot of extra, they jump to a lot of extra conclusions and they jump to all these extra kind of steps, which maybe you're not justified logically. So, you go to the bank. I mean, having a budget for your house, I have only just started doing that myself. It's not, not everybody is a Rothschild. That's kind of my point.
Yeah, totally agree. Of course, once again, it's a fantastic figure of the Jews, but I think
I mean, he's okay. He's in the top. The Rothschilds are not that big. They have a bigger reputation than the actual reality of how much money they have even is massively exaggerated. A lot of that Biden just kind of taken as this trope. Oh, the Rothschilds are these, billionaires, and they're not actually that well off. If you look at the actual strata of who the massively rich people are, they're not like right up in the top.
Wait. Elias, there's a comment by Susan. Mr. Cummins has great things to say. Could he please position himself better with relation to his microphone?
Sorry, is this better?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. You're very kind. Yeah, I'm aware that my camera's not very good. It's a bit of a piece of junk.
Great.
It's very old. Sorry, what was I saying? Yeah, I mean, the Rothschilds are not that great as massive oligarchy families go. They donated some money to Israel when it was starting out, and that was made a huge big deal was made of that. And from then on, they've been responsible for the international Zionist conspiracy, and that's basically passed into folk legend. But realistically, the actual reality is that Jewish people are pretty normal by comparison to Polish people. I don't think there isn't this huge difference, but it's sort of built up through the media, through the sort of us versus them psychology that we're sort of fed, you know, by, I get the spectacle, you know, which keeps us isolated and keeps us good consumers and keeps us buying the products and pressing the like buttons and, you know, doing what we're told. And that's a bad thing in a lot of ways. You know, I think really, you know, the fact that you were saying earlier that, you know, most Polish people have never met a Jew. That's a bad thing. And maybe there should be befriending groups, or maybe, you know, there should be some kind of social thing. I don't know. But if you actually meet people, they're not that different, really. You know, you've got a different fashion sense, and maybe the synagogue you go to is not quite the same as a church or whatever. But on a basic human level, people are people. You know.
So we go to the next poll. Should be easy. Oh, I see, Michael, you logged in a different account just so you can have the poll.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to put none. None. Do not use the light bulb, depending on the day.
Nice. Yeah, there should be an on, of course.
Apparently LED light bulbs are okay on Shabbos, but you didn't hear that from me.
Oh, wow. Where the world is so complicated. Okay, so 30 more seconds. We're getting ready. And okay, I'm shutting that off. Yeah, nice round numbers. So, share results. Is anti-Semitism getting worse these days? 60% say yes. 10% say no. 30% say not sure. Now, of course, the thing I was interested in also was your previous answer well informed? 80% say yes, nobody says no, and 20% say no, not sure. One of the things I've noticed is that it's very easy to kind of decide on something, but it's not always easy to kind of put yourself in a relative position. So to say, I have an opinion, but my opinion is not necessarily so well informed. So yes, I can answer, but my answer, I'm not so sure about that. If you force me, of course I will answer, but that doesn't mean that I'm competent or that is all I have to say. Okay, so not sure. 20%. Is anti-Semitism in Poland worse than in other European countries? 0% say yes. 70% say pretty much the same. So it's pretty much as bad as in other European countries. 10% say worse than most, and 20% say better than most. Actually, the phrasing is a bit weird, like better anti-Semitism. The anti-Semitism in Poland is better than in other countries. Who wrote this? Did I write this? Jesus. All right. Was your previous answer well informed? 40% say yes, 60% say not sure. And see, this is something I love, which is that it becomes nuanced. So our opinions become nuanced. So we do have strong opinions about things, but we're able to kind of go back and say, this is my opinion, but don't quote me, or if you quote me, put an asterisk to make sure. How many poles does it take to screw in a light bulb? 50% say 1, 10% say 2, 20% say 3, 20% say more. Wow, that's a pretty harsh opinion about the Poles here. How many Polish Jews does it take to screw in a light bulb? 50% say 1, 10% say 2, 10% say 3, 30% say more. So it's almost the same. There's more people thinking that it takes more than 3 Polish Jews than Poles who would not be Jews. How many Jews does it take to screw in a light bulb? 40% say 1. So less of you think that it takes just 1, but that may be possibly because of the problem of there not being none.
You need as many because you only use 6 a week.
Exactly. Quite economic indeed. All right. Thank you. And I'm going to follow up with another one. You ready? Okay, 30 more seconds. Okay. So wait, I'm confused now because of the what Paul just sent. Here are the results. Where am I? I'm here. Sorry. No, I can't. I still can't see you. Come. Exit. Okay. Does a culture of wealth exist? Yes, say 85%. 0% say no. 15% say not sure. Is it okay to say that there is a culture of wealth among many Jewish communities? Yes, say 15%. 62% say no. 23% say not sure. So I wonder why. Could you, the people who answered, elaborate? Because that's quite a diverse, quite a range of answers here.
So I didn't do the poll, but I think there's a difference between saying that it's okay to say something and like answering the question of whether it exists. So the question wasn't does it exist? It's is it okay to say it, which is a very different thing.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because I was wondering about the political correctness of the term, even of thinking in these categories, whether it exists.
I think it's okay to say it because the people. Sorry.
Go on, Susan.
I think it's okay to say it because I think the people that I know who exist in a culture of wealth in Jewish communities, they look after their own, they look after people. It's okay to be wealthy. It's okay to say that you're wealthy no matter what your religion is, as long as you are helping others.
Could I add something or ask something? I mean, I think it totally depends on the context in which you're saying it. I mean, who are you saying it to? What did they ask? What's the conversation, right? I mean, there are plenty of things that I maybe think are true and think are important to talk about, but I may not want to talk to a Nazi about them, right? I mean, because you want to know, well, what's the context? How is it going to be received? How much time do I have to contextualize? If I'm standing in front of my classroom of 90 students, I might, and they have to listen to me or have to at least pretend they are, I might sit there and say something and explain it and try to teach them something. Whereas if I'm sitting in a bar talking to somebody, I might not throw out something, provocative that I don't have time to contextualize, or that I think the person might take it in the wrong way. So context matters. That's my, and also I wanted to nuance. I didn't think some of your questions, I felt like, I mean, I don't think that there's a culture of wealth. I think that there are many cultures of wealth within different communities, right? And so I don't even know. So what do you mean by a culture of wealth? Like I'd want you to define your terms somewhat better before I'd feel comfortable really answering,
You agree?
And by the way, hi Wojtek, how are you?
Hi Eric, I'm good. How are you?
Great to see you.
Good to see you. I saw you yesterday. I didn't participate actively, but thanks for coming today. Elias, you were.
Sorry for interrupting. I jumped in there. That was rude of me.
Please do.
I was just, there's a joke, which is, you agree that closed and leading questions are bad, right?
Of course. Of course. Well, that's the tricky thing about the polls.
I know.
About this whole method. It's that it builds immediately very closed situations, and to some extent it was quite a game to be constructing them, but of course okay, so here's the thing. Your nuancing, Erica, I think is on the spot, but I think that is the thing we don't have a chance of receiving in a situation like the lucky Jews, because that is the context that we then kind of bring in with ourselves. Some of us doing research as you do or as you did on this phenomenon. Most of us bringing in the experience that we have and trying to look at something from there. And one of the things I've noticed in the discussions is that this idea of a Jewish culture of wealth is a problematic idea. So that this is something which is really like one of the several points which are so how should I say, tense, ambiguous, problematic, controversial, and so I started thinking about, like, what is it about it that is problematic? Like, there's a stereotype, which of course is a problem, but then there's a certain culture, which is, or cultures, which is just the way that things work more in one community, less in another. And I was mentioning, I think you weren't here before, but about the fact that we in Poland, we don't really have a culture of wealth, or if we do, it's.
Could you unmute me? Oh yeah, thanks. Right, well, I don't know, I guess in part, I want to say, isn't that all of our responsibility to create context in whatever way we can? I mean, even if I'm sitting in a bar and somebody asks me a question that feels like is full of assumptions and it's kind of a trap, I want to say, well, I don't like the way you framed the question. Let's reframe the question, or let's define our terms, or something like that. I don't think you have to create a museum exhibition or have a classroom to do that. I find myself doing that on the spot. I mean, Michael did that yesterday when one of our guests used the N word, is to just take a moment and say, let's stop the cameras for a second and let's address this before we go on. But the other thing is, I think, yeah, I mean, well, one of the assumptions, even when we're talking now, is like this idea of I mean, there's so many things. What can I say? I'm an anthropologist. What is culture, right? I mean, what is wealth, right? But the idea of a culture of wealth, when I think about that wonderful exhibition that Joanne Rosenthal did.
Yes.
I don't know, about a year
Money.
ago. Yeah, Money, right? Or was it called Money? Well, no, it was called Jews, Money, Myth, I think.
Oh yeah, yeah. It was supposed to be called Money, but they ended up changing the name.
Supposed to be. You know what it was supposed to be called? It was supposed to be called Loaded, which is the best title ever.
Also, yes, yes, yes.
But the thing is with that is, I think, you know, she did this very kind of very risky, but I think worthwhile walking of this line, where you want to say, in some sense, the figurines are actually about the Polish culture of wealth. They're not about the Jewish culture of wealth. It's about how Poles feel about money. That's the culture of wealth, right? Is what is the culture surrounding the idea of wealth? So Jewish figurines made by Polish people, it's about Polish culture. It's not about Jewish culture. But in a sense, if you want to be nuanced like Joanne was, well, it also tells you something about Jewish, I don't know about culture, it tells you something about Jewish historical experience or Jewish historical reality. I mean, Jews did have, particular economic functions within world economies that were not fully because of their own choices, but there is a historical reality to a relationship between Jews and money. I wouldn't say that that's a culture of wealth, but like in Joanne's exhibit, she sort of dared to do both things, to actually think about what is the Jewish culture of wealth, including charity and philanthropy and, all the holiday games with coins and, all of these things, and the other cultures and their obsessions with wealth and how they've kind of thrown that onto Jews. So I think, it's never a singular when we're talking about culture of wealth. If we're talking about these images, it's about kind of an intersection, or at least, one culture being projected onto another historical reality or historical experience, and a lot of myth mixed in. So.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay, so let me just point to one little thing here, which is happening, which is kind of in parallel to what you're saying. If you look at the answers, is it okay to say that there is a culture of wealth among many Jewish communities? 62% would say no. Is it okay to say that there is a culture of wealth among many Swiss communities? 23% would say no, and 54% will say not sure. And then would you say there's a culture of wealth in Poland? 62% will say not sure. So only 8% would say that no. Of course, we're not, this in terms of statistics that may be problematic from a sociological point of view, but there's a phenomenon, which is that there's a taboo. There's a taboo here, which is, and I think part of the uproar regarding the phenomenon of the lucky Jew is related to that taboo, which is not understood by the Poles, who just don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say a few things. I mean, yes, for sure. I think there's a taboo about speaking about certain things in relation to Jews because of the historical experience of violence and persecution, et cetera. And that's one thing. In this poll, I would say there's something else, which I think there's also just confusion. I was confused answering the questions because I don't think we're all talking about the same thing when we talk about a culture of wealth. And I think we are like, when I was thinking about, is there a culture of wealth among Jewish communities, I was thinking about it differently than when you put in the Swiss. So I just think that there's a lot of confusion. If you just wanted to bring out the taboo, yeah, I mean, that is there. I think, it took many years before recently there have been some, past few years, some fabulous academic books about the roles that Jews have played in, world economy and about cultural issues that relate to that. And I think that even in scholarship, that was a taboo for many, many years. And so it's still kind of daring to talk about that there. Yeah, I think there are many taboos also. I mean, I don't know if someone in a conversation asked me, is there like a culture of wealth in Switzerland? I don't know. I mean, I have not spent much time in Switzerland, and so I can't really say. And I think we use the word culture in these very, very loose ways. And if we actually talked about what do we mean when we say that?
Give you the option to say you're not sure, though, to be fair.
Sorry, Michael.
Just to be fair, he did give you the option to say you're not sure for that question.
Right, but it's not that I'm not sure. I'm quite sure about certain things that were not options in those three, because you've already defined a lot of terms. Is there a culture of wealth, or you're not sure? I can't say whether I'm sure whether there's a culture of wealth or not if I don't know what he means by a culture of wealth.
So
right, like we have to.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
If you're a sociologist, and yeah, go on, Michael. Sorry.
I wanted to ask you what you mean.
Me.
Yeah, I'm also in a conversation with Josh Dolgan, who also asked, "What's a culture of wealth?"
Yeah, exactly.
But I think if I were to define it, then it would be my definition of it, and then I would be asking you about whether you think that it is as defined by me. Whereas,
right,
of course,
why don't you do a poll where it says,
is culture of wealth this or this or this?
Yeah, I mean, we have to have a shared language before we can have a conversation, right? So we're all talking about different things.
Yes, although we may end up as Wittgenstein did when he stopped, he stopped his university research for a while, and he decided to teach at school, and he was teaching maths, and he had to quit very quickly because he decided that before the kids learn how to count, they need to know what a number is. So of course it's important to know terms if what you're trying to do is to describe reality through these terms.
We're going on a trip to a place called Auschwitz.
We have a guest.
Little Jews die.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow. Now we're all shocked and appalled, aren't we?
Jesus.
Yeah, I've had a heart attack. Leave all my money to Chabad.
That really upset all of us, and now we're devastated.
Yeah, I can't go on. Right, no, but I think that a conversation, yeah, I think we need to know what you have in mind, and then we need to debate, like, if we want to make a good survey, you have to be a little bit rigorous about the terms and like have somewhat of a shared understanding. Or I thought it would be another, ask a great question or have a write-in area where we can say, well, yeah, what do we think? Like if you say Jews have a culture of wealth or the Swiss have a culture of wealth, then explain it a little bit. I would love to know actually what.
Well, this is a little bit an opportunity to talk about what it could be. Because the poll doesn't have that option, so you can't really.
You say what you understand by it. What's your understanding of it personally?
Well, more than the question of whether there is a culture of wealth, I was interested in the phenomenon of refusing this idea that there is because both Erica and Rachel, you weren't here like 15 minutes ago when we were talking about it. And I was talking about the fact that I was brought up in a country where we have absolutely no education regarding anything that has to do with making money. We don't, like, our school system, our typical education in the family, we just don't have, it's not about, we don't know how it operates, we don't know how to do it, it's not something that is often valued, or it is valued but not as a part of a process of culture. Certainly not. And that is not the case in many other countries where I've been to. So my example was,
realization though.
Well, yeah, I can tell you that the example I gave before was when I came to Canada, and in high school we were working home budgets, and I was like, there's a home budget, it exists, it's a concept, it's a thing.
About a budget?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Nobody ever talked to me about a home budget. I just think that, I mean, especially in societies that are diverse and, economically and culturally diverse, there are many, many different experiences. And also, I mean, I'm sure in Poland, probably, some families probably did talk to their kids about money. So it's, like, again, culture, I just want to try to break up that idea that culture is like this monolith and that it follows national boundaries and stuff like that. It gets on my nerves.
Sorry, I was
we have our answer.
I lost half of a sentence, and because I'm reading also the comments of people who get upset about the idea that I would learn about home budget in Canada and why would I consider this a thing. So, but I think it's really fascinating because it seems to be very difficult to be talking about differences relating to anything that has to do with making money. And I think it's really interesting.
Right. So like in the United States, people are very shy. Like we all want to think of ourselves as being middle class. Nobody talks about how much they make. It's sort of like the biggest faux pas to ever ask anybody how much anything costs, how much money they make, how much their house costs, their car costs. Like you're not allowed to talk about these things because we pretend that we're all the same, right? And so I've always been very shocked actually in Poland, where people seem very open, like, oh, how much, like, what did that cost and how much do you make and whatever. And it's very, right. So there you get a sense of like some broader shared cultural things around wealth, right?
Well, you see that my perspective is that's because we don't have structures which would kind of protect us from these situations. And I don't think that the sharing of all this information is actually something which is connected to the fact that we're building something on that. Quite on the contrary, is that we're not really building anything. It doesn't make any sense to us. And I guess one connection of that would be that it comes from the socialist times when it didn't really matter how much you were making because everybody was making crap. So it doesn't matter. And I know case upon case upon case where people are now entering the corporation system, where suddenly they sign contracts where they are not allowed to say how much money they make, and it's a shock to them, and they don't know how to deal with it, and they don't know how to talk to their friends, and it's like, but how, but why? And why? Because suddenly making money is connected to a broader social structure, where in Poland, it was never connected to, at least not for the last 70 years, it was never connected to a broader social structure. So we were completely, it was something which for us was completely foreign. And so come the 90s and suddenly we connect freedom to the free market and suddenly we're completely like, what, how, but okay. And so that means that money has a value and we have absolutely no idea how this functions. So there's a lot of smart people or lucky people or people who are in the right positions who build their careers, but most people are just completely lost in that and they have no idea how to deal with it. And I think this corresponds really well with the fact of trying to find magical spaces, magical places of other cultures, of others who would be as accessible to us as possible, who would help us with that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I agree.
And
I
so,
agree.
and
I just
so
think that,
in that sense, I think I think the culture of wealth as a Polish person is something, maybe even the term that I'm using is an incorrect term because exactly of that heritage, which is a heritage of seeing things happen somewhere else and seeing things appear in some magical or lucky way. And then we come with the big myth of the hard work, which will give you money. And we all believed that in 1989. By 1992, we were all like, if this is the myth, oh my God, what are we going to do?
Right. So maybe Wojtek, maybe my issue is that, I mean, I think there are many things you're talking about that are getting wrapped into one. So maybe there's a cult, you could say, and there's a lot of baggage to this term in anthropology, but you could say there's a culture of poverty, not a culture of wealth. And then there's a myth, a mythology about wealth, right? But the thing is, I mean, I don't even like hearing these terms come out of my own mouth because, there's a historical, in anthropology or in sociology, there was this whole kind of school in like, say, I don't know, I want to say like the 1950s, 60s, 70s about the idea of a culture of poverty, for example, that, the people in the ghetto, and that meant the inner city ghetto, say African Americans, that they had a culture of poverty that, which got perpetuated, which is why they are doing so poorly, right? But so what that does is it essentially culturalizes structural problems, and it sort of blames them for the economic system that they're in, and it doesn't take into consideration the whole history and racism and all of these structures that keep them in that situation, and it blames it on a culture. When you think about culture, it's like a set of acts, a set of behaviors, a set of choices, a set of languages that people use, but it makes it part of what they do. And so I feel that's why I have, as an observer and a listener to this discussion, I have a discomfort around the idea of a culture of X, right? Because it feels very like it's somehow it naturalizes it in a funny way. It makes
essentializes it. It
Yes.
essentializes it. Okay,
Yes.
Thank you for that point. Although I must say that is a monolithizes. Yes, I will give you the voice in a second. Let me just say that one important detail, which is that is if you consider culture a static thing. That's just all. That there is a culture that the culture. Yeah.
In that way. So I think that culture is a dangerous term because it sounds like something, and for years and years and years, ever since the invention of the term, it kind of has been used as like one group of people, they have one language and they have one culture. And those ethnographic museums, they keep perpetuating that same idea, and that idea gets perpetuated all around us. So I think it behooves us to be careful about the language that we use, because that language comes with a baggage and a history, and most people don't use it in nuanced ways or in correct ways or whatever. And so I'm very not, as an anthropologist, I'm not comfortable with the ways that we're using the word culture in all these discussions. So because the term itself comes with its own mythology.
Susan's husband, I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Hi, Duncan. Yeah, fair enough. Susan's husband is I'm perfectly happy to refer to as that for the entirety of this. No, my point would be regarding the question of culture of wealth, and regarding the question of what makes a culture, is when you look at the Polish diaspora, right? I mean, we're talking about inherently the whole point of, well, at least the starting jumping off point for this is about a Polish concept. But those Polish people who ended up in a culture of wealth are the Polish diaspora who managed to immigrate to America, be it in the 1890s, be it in the 1920s, be it in the 1950s, right? So why is it the Jew and not the successful American that is the model, right? I mean, we can talk about it being, we're thinking about the Jews as successful, and I get that. And it makes perfect sense as an argument, but you have to say, well, we're doing this because they're successful, as opposed to other people who are ethnically Polish, non-Jewish, and are also successful. You kind of have to, subtract the median level of success to then say, what's the right, what are we actually thinking about here? I'm just worrying that by eliminating that, we're kind of almost giving the polls too much credit, if you will.
Does anyone want to address that?
So yeah, I mean, I think that there's probably a longer culture of Jews being successful in Poland, so that's probably why they don't have the successful American. But I could see how another culture would just as easily have little American icons or chintz of success. And I think probably some places do. You get American flags. A lot of people are fascinated with Americana. I think that's a really good point. You know, you have like Afghanistan or all these kind of wherever, somewhere remote, you do get this sort of fetishization of the lucky, successful American. It's the same thing, but it's, I guess, to the Americans, it's not offensive because they didn't have the same problems in the past. So, but it's a good point.
I'm trying to imagine like the American with the dollar.
Well, yeah, they'd be holding a dollar bill instead of a coin, and they'd probably have, you know, like a.
It probably would have what?
It'd probably be $100 bill. It'd be like a big one or a big block.
They'd have an American flag behind them or something like that. I don't know. You know, I'm an Australian, so I'm used to American imperialism from that side of things. So I kind of get the stereotypical American anyway.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, one thought would be probably that it's not such a beautiful, mystical image. So there probably are people who are going to choose this you know, kind of American crazy or powerful image, but I think the image here is connected to this mystical idea we've been talking about, you know, of the that goes way back of the Jews that have this mystical power, that have some mystery about them, and which kind of, I think one of the weird things here is that it pops up at this moment, that it's not something that it continued throughout the 20th century, say, or not even in the 60s and 70s, you know, that it's. And I think combining that with the figure of the Jew, I think it's really weird. And I do think it has something to do with some pop phenomena. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to go back to the oh, I'm getting tired now. To the Fiddler on the Roof, right? But the references which become references which are so obvious, they're so close that they're kind of help certain stereotypes and archetypes resurge, which seem to be non-existent. Because I think one of the crazy thing is, where do we get the imagery from? Because they were like, it didn't exist in Poland, so it needed to have a very simple solution, very simple solutions, and that's why I thought that things like the Fiddler on the Roof make it a more obvious choice. However, if you think about solidarity and the image of the cowboy for voting, you know, the first poster in 1989 for the first free elections, Solidarity chose John Wayne walking. And holding, instead of a gun, he was holding a voting ballot, and there was a very famous poster which kind of built the imaginary, kind of visual imaginary of those elections and of the idea of freedom. So the idea of freedom was very much connected to Americans, but once again it was a stereotypical idea of a cowboy, right? Because and also I would say, I'm sorry, I'm going to be going back to this thing, but it's, you know, you have a TV station that has 2 channels, and when you have an American film, it works. And so if it's a film that has cowboys, they're always fighting for the good, and they're always positive. And I know that very well. I mean, I was brought up this way. So we get the image of the American. We don't, I mean, we could have an association, you know, with Dynasty, which was extremely popular as the series, you know, the soap opera, but it doesn't create this kind of clear figure, this clear visual figure, when the Fiddler on the Roof does build at least a universe, and then you bring in some other influences, and I think it would be one hopeful, maybe a bit of a wishful thinking, but that would be one possibility. As a Pole, I don't see myself imagining, like.
If you think about Fiddler on the Roof.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Sorry, if you think about Fiddler on the Roof, which came out so much later, you have to think about the Stalinist show trials.
I'm sorry, you have to be closer to the mic.
Well, coming back to it.
Sorry, the historian comes back.
Yeah, I'm just a layman.
Yeah.
When I think about the history of the Jews in Poland post the Second World War, I have to think about the Stalinist show trials, about the way that they were, well, the pogroms that happened in, you know, 46, 48. It makes me really wonder if Poles ever really accepted the Jews. And yeah, but then, you know, you get to 68 and then, well, we can't have this theater thing. We can't have X and Y. Have the Poles ever really accepted the Jews as actual people? Or did they just think of them as something that is for good luck and something that is a caricature of a person?
Is that an actual question? That's a real question?
That is a real question. It's something that, as a Polish American and someone who's lived in Poland for years, well, not now, but
who are who are the Poles? Like, like to just say the Poles, have the Poles accepted the Jews? I mean, it's just such a, like, I mean, and there are so many, you know, Polish people are not like a one person. I mean, I know that.
Yeah, and the Jews are not just one person either.
No, I know that, but your question was not about the Jews. Your question was about the Poles. Was, have the Poles accepted the Jews? I mean, if Wojtek is a Pole, you know, and you know, Anna Godlewska is a Pole, but they're not like the same. You know, it's like to sort of make a sweeping statement about the Poles as a group, I think is probably.
No, I wasn't trying to make a sweeping statement. I'm sorry. I was trying to ask a question about who has accepted whom as part of their society and part of their history. And there's a lot of problems in Polish society today.
Sure, but there's also a lot of progress too. Like there's, you know, as someone who lives in Poland, there's a lot of, you know, I mean, you know, it depends on the city you live in, the group of people that you're spending time with. Of course, the answer is yes, there are many people who would, and then there are people who don't, and there's people sort of all over the place. But, you know, it's a society, it's like a diverse, complex society with many different facets, with many different people who have many different feelings. You know, right now we've got a really particular government here in Poland. And the next election, we might have a, you know, progressive government. I mean, I doubt it, but, you know, so it's also, you know, I think just a sort of, I think the question
seems highly unlikely.
Could I add something maybe? I mean, I think it's also, I mean, thank you, Michael, for your response, because I think, you know, that the same problem of talking about culture as if it's one big thing and it falls within national borders, it sort of relates to this point that Susan just raised about like the Poles, because I don't think, as Michael doesn't, that you can talk about the Poles. And so breaking it up, you know, as like, that's not one cultural monolith or social monolith. But I think it's also important to talk about that historically. I mean, on that question of like, have the Poles ever accepted the Jews? I mean, you have to look at so many things like policies. I mean, you know, like is there a state religion? Were Jews allowed to, have their own self-government? Were they allowed to practice their religion freely? Were they, what kinds of privileges were they given, and what kind of constraints have been on them? And, despite the fact that I teach in a history department, I'm not actually an historian, but, I think that question doesn't have one answer. It has answers at various moments that are very complex. I mean, if you go through the Polin Museum of the History of Polish Jews, you see that at various historical moments, sort of Poles, if you want to, there has to be some representative for that. So like the Polish king at a certain moment, wrote a decree welcoming Jews, giving them certain privileges. Then at a certain moment, when you had political parties, some of them were virulently anti-Semitic and other ones weren't. And then, you also needed, that's maybe when a good statistical data might be useful to say, well, how many Poles thought X, Y, Z, right? And so I want to really press on that point of like, we have to be very careful about the terms we use and the language we use, and just differentiate this both in space, like among different people, but also over time, because this is also changing. And as Michael said, things are really being fought out in the street in Poland right now. And you have, people on various sides of these kinds of questions. Who accepts whom, right? I mean, you can ask the same thing right now about like the queer community, right? Or people who are not, don't fall into these patriarchal terms about, gender and sexuality. But again, it doesn't make any sense to say, does Poland accept them? Because you have like, I don't know, 46% of Poles are out in the street sort of fighting for, rights and privileges for diverse people. And then, the rest of the people are fighting against that. So kind of like the US and kind of like a lot of places, there's a lot of division. And I think it's just really important to constantly underline that diversity and that division so that we can, keep the, fight for what you think is right and recognize that there is a fight, not that it's just sitting there as one thing, continuing forever and ever. We've got to put our horse in those races.
I didn't say does Poland. I asked have Poles in general. And I think that's a bigger academic question.
Right, but I think you did say
what's been accepted and what's not been accepted. But I absolutely agree with you in terms of the people on the streets.
Yeah, I heard you say the Poles, and I think
I didn't say Poland.
You didn't say Poland, but you've said the Poles, which is even broader than Poland, because the Poles, the Poles are all over the world. There are Poles. So it's even more complicated. Sorry?
It does make it very complicated. Yeah, it is broader. It does make it more complicated. I'm asking a wider question, I think. I'm not saying aren't there some Poles, most Poles, 50% of Poles who have accepted that Jews are actually people, that women are actually people, that we should have reproductive rights. I'm wondering what it is in the Polish psyche that makes
the psyche.
Yeah.
Really, is there such a thing as the Polish psyche?
Okay, so I have a suggestion. May I? I still have a little bit of time. I think it's the perfect moment to do that. I want to show you a fragment of a performance I directed. It's called A Show for Tourists. And it's a show which is, there's a dancer, a great contemporary dancer. Her name is Marysia Stokłosa. And there are two people who are with her in the performance, but they describe what she does. And in the part that you will not see, they were describing, so she was improvising in her own world, and they were describing in very kind of, I would say, standard contemporary art terms what she is doing, kind of giving us the lowdown, giving us the basics of what she was doing. And now it develops, and you will, I think, understand why I want to show you this particular fragment. So right back after these messages.
All right. Everyone still with us? Everyone awake? You asleep, sir? All right. Try to stay with us, because now comes the really difficult part. Okay? We are going deep to another level. History. Ready? Ready? Here we go. When one travels to Poland, what you will remember best is the Holocaust! Bravo! Yes!
We would like it to be different.
Of course.
We wish there was a living body in the center. It's difficult because
Poland is Poland, but it's okay. Poland. This here, this is Poland. What we have here is a typical case of Poland.
Polandness.
Yes. What is Polandness?
How many days of war does her body carry?
Yes. 3 out of 4 grandparents in the camps during the World War II.
What is the trauma in her body? Does she neutralize this trauma? Does she try to neutralize it? She wishes she would neutralize it.
Her great-great-grandmother was a famous poet who wrote fantastic poems full of life and died from hunger during the war.
There is no trace of this in her. The bodies of the past leave no trace.
But seriously, does it not matter that there was a war? That her family has this history and not that history? Should she dig and fumble in this and look for her ancestors?
Should she be embarrassed or proud?
Her paternal grandmother was a school teacher in the lovely town of Nowi Krakowianie. Poland. Nowi Krakowianie. A divorced single mother of two who spent the war in forced labor.
Should she empathize with tragedy or be embarrassed about the grandfather in the Communist Party?
Yes, her grandfather was a Polish-Russian communist who moved to Warsaw after the war to become a prominent member of Communistic Party.
Should she be grateful if he was a hero? With all these super important things in the present, here and now?
And her maternal grandmother was an orphan who spent most of the war in Soviet camp. But when she left the camp, she became nurse to help other people.
Does her body need this? Doesn't her body free her from all this? With every abstract movement, all this war becomes abstract, right? It's all gone. It's all gone. Even here, even in this country, even on this soil. She tells it to her body, but she doesn't sound convincing.
And the most Polish thing about Marysia is, of course, that she is Jewish. At least technically speaking, her mother being Jewish.
Yes, and her mother is Jewish because her own mother was Jewish.
But Marysia herself does not feel too Jewish.
Which doesn't make her less Jewish. Marysia says, my hands always shake. And we sometimes joke. That is because of the Holocaust. She says, my mother's mother was actually the only one of a large family to survive. Obviously, every Polish Jewish family went through trauma. And there is something imprinted in you that is special. She adds, as a kid, I didn't have any Jewish relatives or friends that I would hang out with. So, it never became just a simple part of me. It's always a strange experience. It doesn't ever become just a backdrop. Is it in my dance? Huh? I suppose so, for sure. Do I work on this? No. No. That's not something I am interested in as a choreographer. lonely night.
Some people describe today's Poland as turning intolerant or even anti-Semitic, as opposed to, say, Germany, which is the symbol of a tolerant and open society, maybe with the exception for surprisingly popular alternative for Germany party and the growing number of neo-Nazi groups in the Eastern Germany, and which should be distinguished particular, very specific racism of the British, strictly connected, simply connected to their colonial past, and comparable, but yet different to the Dutch and the Belgian historic, traditional racism. The Polish problem would be probably best described as Eastern problem. An Eastern type of racism which echoes somehow in the Balkans, although the Slovenians don't have a Jewish problem since the 18th century, when we solved it. So, what about Poland? Should you worry? Is it a wave that will spread? Are things very, very, very bad? Well, let me tell you this. There is a Jew dancing in front of you, and nothing happens. No shouts, no censorship.
No nasty comments on Facebook. A Polish Jew is dancing as free as a bird.
No stones, no punches, no hair pulling, not a thing. I really like this moment. It's one of my favorites, just because it's each time very different. It's very active. It's great.
Amazing.
Let's add some music, huh?
Yes. And the body. The movement. The bones. The muscles. And skin. She's also able to transmit this experience without dramatizing in a dancey way. She just embodies it. But you see, this also brings tension to the work. There's always some resistance, some friction. Imagine everything is matters. So everything matters. Yes. And the bodies, well, they're friendly to each other. They don't discriminate. They share this space. She found herself in that space.
And is it the right place to be? Watch.
Okay. Are you with me, anyone? Hi, Carolyn. Thank you. Yeah, I just thought it would be somehow relevant to the conversation about Poles and Jews and being Jewish in a Polish context and anti-Semitism and emancipating from certain positions and yet not being able to, because you're constantly kind of configured, redefined yet again as a figure. As a figure, so you're constantly stereotyped and you're constantly framed. Yeah, so I just wanted to share that with you. It was quite a strong experience for all of us to be doing this. Marysia, so the choreographer, is not somebody who usually talks about her Jewishness at all. But I knew a little bit of her biography, and I thought it's really crazy that she contains this history in her body, and that the dance she makes is, you know, is connected to something which seems to be so abstract and so kind of freeing itself from all this history, and yet everything seems to be aiming constantly, or to be kind of, there seem to be like, you can't get rid of the idea once you know. And I don't know, maybe it's a long stretch, maybe it's an overinterpretation, but I found that this is the kind of the fundamental position and the fundamental problem within the Lucky Jew is the constant going back to a form that stereotypes you and that locks you in, and that you're trying to free yourself from, and then you're constantly once again being caught in that cage. And I found Michael's project in a way tragic, because it's absolutely sure that it will be my fault. Sorry, I don't know what happened to the internet at my house. It just died for a second and I was host. So let me unhost myself and host somebody else, please. Basha, do you want to be the host? You look like you want to be the host. How do I host you? You can't. Okay, so somebody else is already hosting. So I don't know where I stopped. Yeah, Paul.
Because it was the most dramatic thing ever, and I don't know where it cut out for everyone else, but you said it is the most, this is a tragic thing, and it was going to end in.
Oh my God, I don't know. What was I saying?
You were talking about the tragedy of my project.
Yes.
Ah, yes, of course. Oh my God. So yeah, it's destined to be devoured. So that there's no way that it can free itself from the fact of becoming stereotype. So yes, it has the wish, and it has the struggle constantly to open up, and you say that many times, to open up a discussion and to to help people understand that you're also human, but this being human is still within a frame, and the frame stays as a frame, and the person who takes the frame, I love it that you have the hope that he will reconsider something, but the thing that we do know is that he keeps the frame. And I think it's it's tragic, and it's beautiful, and I think this is a little bit the process that we have whenever we're trying to emancipate. Is that we overcome something, but just to be engulfed into a new layer of difficulty, and especially in a situation like we have right now in Poland, it's a constant. It's like the world is, of course, it's not ready here, of course, and that's why I think your work works. It's that people are confused. Some people are going to get into an interesting conversation, but you are part of the system in some way. And then even if you don't see yourself as part of the system, and even if there are many emancipatory paths that kind of go outside, the thing of being constantly redefined as Jew and being constantly kind of reminded of that, and for what you said about that, even the Philo-Semites add to that getting outside of that on an individual level is a task that is, I think, comparable to the Greek tragedies, where you are in a reality which will not subject itself to your intervention, and that is why I think it's an artistic intervention and not a social intervention. Okay, this is.
Does everyone know about what you're talking? I'm not sure if everyone knows about the performance itself. Is anyone
the Lucky Jew performance?
Yeah, I'm not sure if everyone, because this is the Lucky Jewathon, but we've not really framed, but it's not necessarily framed. I just want to know. I was wondering, yeah, is there anyone who doesn't know what the Lucky Jew performance is that Wojtek's talking about? You didn't show it earlier, right?
No, I didn't. So.
Well, nobody doesn't know what it is. Elias, you don't know what it is, right? You don't know what.
I would like to know, but I do. If other people have already seen it, I wouldn't want to waste other people's time. But.
No, I mean, there's basically in response to, I posted a video. You can see a video, but basically in response to these caricatures of the Jews with coins, I go onto the street and I essentially, in a way, caricaturize myself, and I go onto the streets and I sit behind a life-size frame, my own frame, and I have images of myself. Maybe I've got even one. Images of myself, and not just myself, also now Adam Shorn does the performance, and we sell these images of ourselves counting our own money in market spaces. Here's one of them.
Looks cool.
And we do them in public markets. The most important place for us that we do them is in a market called the Emmaus Easter Market, which happens the day after Easter or on Easter Monday in Krakow, where people, that's become sort of known as the place you go to get your Jew with a coin, generally either in the form of a magnet or these toy-like figures that are that can really only be bought or are mostly bought just there. And you see they're Orthodox Jews. This one's playing a violin.
He looks like.
Sorry, he looks like what?
Looks like a Reformed Jew, if you ask me.
Reformed Jew. Look at the payas.
Yeah, the white and blue scarf is very Reformed.
It's a tallis. No, it's a tallis though.
It's a very, oh, it's inside. Oh no, sorry, you're right. It is a talus. I thought I couldn't see it the way it's inside. And okay, yep, that's fair. That was one of the white scarves the Reform rabbis wear on the outside, which is
You know what? Who knows, right? I mean, who knows what it is?
God, I'm not.
But
No,
it's been taken.
but I'm just.
Anyway, so the video that I post, you can see a videoed version of the performance that we made. It's a hotly contested video.
What is the reaction like? Do people freak out, or do they just kind of go, "What is this?" Or does it pass? Just
yeah, I mean, mostly people are kind of apathetic, believe it or not. I mean, most people are. I mean, you know, of course, you don't talk to everyone, and there are some people who really think it's funny. I would say that the kind of oddest experience is that I think a lot of people think it's, you know, a good gimmick, like it's a good way to sell some merch. And we sell a lot,
which it is,
particularly at that fair. Pardon
so
me?
it is. So it is.
So it is.
Then I think it's great.
There are also a lot of people who recognize it as satire and think it's funny. A lot of pictures get taken. There are some people who will tell us that it's problematic. We shouldn't be doing it. They don't necessarily recognize it, the irony, or they don't know that I'm actually Jewish. And then there are a lot of people who will buy them, who will buy the images for many different reasons.
Have you seen the mensch on the bench? It's there's a thing in America called the elf on the shelf, and there's a Jewish alternative version called the mensch on the bench, and it's very similar to it's a little figure of a kind of Orthodox Jew guy. Basically, it's a new tradition that's been created, and I think it's a kind of a fake tradition, but the idea is you have an elf coming up to the Christmas. Or on Christmas, whatever, and the elf is supposed to be spying on the children, so it's supposed to enforce good behavior. And there's a whole debate as to whether this is a good thing to be doing, or if it's a bad thing, or how it changes the culture of the festival. And then somebody had the idea, oh, but what about the Jewish market? We need to have a Jewish version, and that's called the mensch on the bench, and it's like a little kind of cuddly plush Orthodox Jew as well, in a similar sort of vein.
I bet it would do a good business in Poland.
You could have a marketing opportunity there. You just get a box and bench on the bench.
Do you want to, Caitlin, you're asking some questions. Do you want to just maybe turn your mic on and ask?
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to. So I'm sorry if there's any noise in the background, by the way. I apologize for that. My partner's in a work call right now. I was just curious about this kind of argument that some left-wing Jews will use, which is that we should be very careful and very sensitive about propagating sensitive images of Jewry and Jewish life, even if it was, for example, the experience of actual lived Jews, or if it's very close to home for us. You know, this critique has been used a lot, and comparisons have been drawn to, you know, images of Native Americans on cigars and Native Americans having casinos be set up on their properties. And some people will say that it will further ghettoize Jewish culture and further ghettoize Jews. How do you respond to that? And how do you sort of legitimize the usage of these figures? You know, do you think that they propagate, or do you think that they further delegitimize a minority, further delegitimize and also, you know, discriminate against us in some ways? Give people a convenient tool to promote anti-Semitism. I know that's probably a difficult thing, but I'm just curious about that.
You know, the thing is that, I mean, I don't know how much you know about the figures, the original figures. So how much do you know about them or their history?
I don't actually know a whole lot. My context is purely from reading things like the Farverts in Yiddish, so it's very base level, unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's worth reading up. I mean, just sort of on a very basic level, the images are, you know, they're sold for economic luck. They're not sold for, you know, I would not consider them anti-Semitic. They're not anti-Semitic intentions. This is not why they're sold. We've been talking about this now for about a day, give or take. So I don't want to go into the whole thing about it. I think that they're problematic, but I think that they're problematic in, you know, a lot of different ways. I think there's a lot of cultural confusion, cognitive dissonance that's sort of, and these figures have come out of them. And you know, the performance that we're making, the images that we sell as Jewish people. And I think that that's also very different, you know, when you're talking about, say, like cigar store Indians, for example, there's, you know, that, you know, indigenous people don't have necessarily agency about how their images are being used. Whereas within the context of this performance, you know, in a way, like I'm trying to like reappropriate the image, an image that's been somehow appropriated, and we're then reappropriating the image to make, you know, in the attempt at some form of both cultural, you know, both commentary and also, you know, dialogue and discourse and nuance, and trying to kind of invite people into a more nuanced conversation. And I think that, you know, I think a lot of people have a lot of different opinions about this performance. I think what you cannot argue is that people are, you know, a lot of people don't have, are not apathetic about the performance, which is part of the goal of the performance and the goal of the Jewathon in general, because it's, you know, what's even more problematic is how normalized the buying and selling of the objects are in Poland. And I understand why they've become normalized, but I think that they shouldn't be normalized. And I think they're only normalized because people aren't really talking about them. They don't know why they shouldn't be normalized.
No, I think that's a great response. And I think that it's very interesting that you're talking a lot about taking back, you know, our actual autonomy over our own ability to make and sell things within our culture and about our culture. And I think that that's a very valid and very strong point. I kind of wonder in some ways if a lot of the scholasticism about these phenomena are not necessarily authored by Jews themselves. So they don't necessarily understand the scope of the phenomena or who's actually instigating it in some ways. Yeah.
Well,
So I thank you for taking the time.
The majority of the images are not, they're not made by Jews at all. They're not. You know, I am a Jew, and my images are made by, you know, our collective. But the other images are not made by Jews. They're not made by Jews, but they're made, you know, often they're made as, you know, as tribute objects or memorial objects. You know, not overt memorial objects, but a lot. You know, there's a really great. You know, Erica, I really encourage you on Sunday to come to Erica Lara's session. She'll talk even more about it, because a lot of the intentions behind people who are creating the images are really surprising and interesting. They're not, and yeah, I don't think that anti-Semitism is.
Yeah, I think that's, I really thank you for answering that. I think like a difficult thing, as I kind of mentioned or hinted at, is I think amongst a lot of more secular Jews or Jews that aren't necessarily from, is this idea that depictions of people who are from is a way of propagating anti-Semitic ideas. I think people are very uncomfortable with talking about and recognizing the lifestyles that from Jews lead, or the depictions of from Jews. And I guess a lot of that stems from the Haskalah, so it's hard because it's very deep rooted in American Jewry.
Yes. I'm just cognizant of the fact that it's 11:59. I need to be made a host, please.
I cannot do that.
It doesn't have to be you.
No, I can't. There you go. But you are now.
I'm now.
You're the man now.
Because I have to deal with the recording.
Mention a bench. Thank you, Elias.
Wojtek.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my time is up, and also my life energy is just gone to a level where I really need to go to sleep. It's been a very, very long day. So thank you very much, everyone. It was a pleasure to have all the conversations and to hear your input. It was really fantastic, and the feedback, and I appreciate it, and the criticism as well. Thank you, Erica.
Great to see you.
Good to see you, and I wish you a fruitful continuation.
Thank you. Bye. Good night.
Good night.
We're actually gonna. So we're not ending. We're just waiting for Anand Rajaram, who's going to be coming in.
At any minute,